All right, welcome back, folks. It is day 50. It's our last day before the big review, our second review. I'm gonna try to complete this unit. So yesterday, kind of took it a little bit chill. I suppose I was gonna push for unit 10, but the unit 9. Hey, you. So let's quickly do some review. I think we're going to do today a little bit differently, only because of the sheer volume of vocabulary. Once we complete this unit, I am going to go and practice the last unit review sets in the list on each of the units to remind myself if I actually even remember the audio cues and the visual cues before tomorrow's review, which will largely rely on recall. Let's do a little quick flash for unit 9, much like yesterday. So had a chance to watch some anime yesterday, heard a bunch of phrases and sentences that I recognize. You know, things are going along. It always has that secret shock of dopamine every time you realize you could understand half the things they say these days. So one that really stuck out, which was part of this unit actually, was Tetsudaimasu. There's a character in the anime that I'm currently watching that always speaks in the polite form because she's very distant and she's very formal with everyone around her, even the one, like, even the person she may be fond of. So most of the predicates are in the mas form, so it became very recognizable. Like at least 2/3 of her verbs that she typically use are in fact common predicates that are introduced in Duolingo because they're part of casual conversations, and one of them is Tetsudaimasu, which is Tetsudaimasu is to help in the mas form. They were like walking in the woods, and then the person was her, I guess, mentor were looking for something, and she quite literally said Tetsudaimasu as a one phrase, right? So that's to help, or really it's help, and in the context that was implied there, I will help, right? I will help. What other things came up? Daijobu, of course. Although I think that's the last unit, not this unit. We'll have to throw that up there. There are a lot of phrases that are used in different tense, and obviously the tense that can happen is not introduced in Duolingo, but I notice because this person speaks in a polite form all the time, you have mash deshita, right? The deshita as in the past tense. So that happens a lot. Let's go down what is in this unit and see if I remember if I heard any of these things. Lots of family stuff. There's a ton of family vocabulary because the anime I was watching deals with relations, like friends, family, people passing, aging. So there's a lot of talk with family stuff. And sure enough, coincidentally, Duolingo actually visits family topics a lot, or describing and descriptors relating to every part of the family member, like the extended family and whatnot. Okay. I don't know if Jashin showed up. Oh, I mean photo. Let's review the words that I did forget from 2 days ago, and it actually showed up in the anime, like hisoba, hisoba, right? Hisoba. At least I hope it's hisoba. They were in a plaza, but like a traditional plaza, like an old school plaza. I was surprised to hear this word used in like the old school sense. What was we had 3 words yesterday I was in charge of. Bitutskan, right? Bitutskan. That was not one of them. So we're gonna place this here for now. It's oh, I got it. Dobutsen. Yeah, Dobutsen, which is a zoo. There was one more. It was this one and this one were the weakest. This one was fine. I think that's about it. And then, you know, when we think about photos, photo, in this case, most of the time, toru was conjugated as torimasho. We should take a photo. There was some, I didn't make time to look up things like exclusions. So exclusions between de and ni. I still have to do a little background on exclusions. Not mutually inclusive exclusions between de and ni. Kind of ran into that only once yesterday. It's not really a big deal. If it's once, however, I would love to know the exclusions. Yeah, everything else seems... I don't think we had any other weak spots yesterday. It's very comfy. Unit 9 was quite comfy. Maybe some weaker ones? Let's go weaker than this. Things like... I did make one mistake yesterday. Oh, well, it was like... My first impressions were not accurate, but then immediately corrected. Is ryoko, right? Ryoko. Rip. My first gut instinct was to say ryori. But ryoko and ryori are 2 different things, right? I guess I kinda mixed up Furansu with Burajiru, but that's a different story. That's a katakana thing. No, Furansu. France. Trying to think of like the chores things. Was there anything that... I guess Nihaidimasu is kinda meh. It's a singular use case for now because it's associated with ofuro. For the time being, much like shawa o abimasu at the moment. Kind of an interesting use case was, well, we had uchi, right? Uchi ni kairimasu. We can supplant returning home. Like they did substitute home for something else, like hisoba. One that made a return and didn't quite recall really quickly was hiroi, which is spacious. Saw it used once just to describe possibly the Bijutsukan, Hiroi Bijutsukan. I feel like something is missing. Oh, I don't. Oh, okay. So a bunch of days came up a little bit, and I totally forgot that days were there. So we still have Shichichigatsu, Shichigatsu, and also Kugatsu, right? Kugatsu. And then Daigetsu next month. I think it's okay. We're gonna go over a review of all the units. I'm actually pretty confident I have at least 95 to 99% of the vocabulary on sight and speech, on sight and hearing. How much I'm going to pull without any aid whatsoever, that's going to be interesting tomorrow. Tomorrow is the big day where we collectively do total recall for like the large amount of time. I've been doing these total recalls in the beginning of the day, beginning of each stream day, maybe for 10 to 30 minutes, and talking through it with myself most of the time. Just talking through it, see what I can recall, going through my mental space for these vocab. Now the question is, how deep am I going to go for all 7 of the previous units? I am going to take the time today to review the stuff using what Duolingo provides, which is the audio and the kana/kanji. Right, so let's get into that. Today's gonna be relatively short. I want to rest up for tomorrow. It's going to be quite exhausting. Let me set up to be proactive, right? So let's get in here. I don't know if anything happens at day 50. We'll see. 50 seems like a great number. And this would be the second set of reviews, right? Yeah, we're doing say what you want. So a lot of volitional stuff. I'll probably deal with... Actually, they've been... this section has felt more of a repetition than anything because they integrated both the two really, really well, actually. Because the volition does lead to discussing chores quite a lot, but they didn't really lean too hard. I would have liked to see more where, oh, we should do this. After we do this, we should do this kind of thing. That's a golden opportunity. But I imagine moving forward, most of these phrases will come back. It's really starting to feel like there are tenses, use cases, and it really builds up. So now it feels like the stuff you learn is so insignificant to the stuff you already know. And that's a natural progress, right? As your foundations build up. Or relative, I would say. Not that we'll put foundations in quotes. Hey, small pie. As your foundations build up, right? As your base builds up, a new drop of information on top becomes less daunting over time. And for me, it'll drive up my desire to increase this volume, because the relative volume is going to be much less. So that is a great feeling and a something that need to be aware of, because it will diminish how fast you feel or the volume you're learning. However, the volume you're learning is consistent in Duolingo. It's structured. However, the feeling of satisfaction of accumulating things will not necessarily, because it makes a smaller and smaller percentage of what you already know. Are you first, small pie? Well, sure. I'm not sure how significant that is to you, I suppose. All right, let's get in here.
旅行はどうですか?
Hey, Yoko. Oh, Byoko. Wait.
旅行はどうですか?
I have Byoko. Okay. Wait. Byoko. Byoko. Yeah, this is the trip thing. It's kind of hard to hear sometimes when it starts.
旅行はどうですか?
But
旅行は
how about a trip? Right.
どうですか?
Okay.
来月
What is my favorite game? Well, that's a loaded question. My favorite game is the game I most recently played. And that answer will usually not change. So the most recent game I played was Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. It's a loaded question. However, I could probably answer it in short. Man, it's always my recent memory. Generally speaking. It's the thing that I remember best.
来月
Naigetsu.
来月
楽しい旅行
Your favorite game is Roblox? Hopefully that's unironic.
楽しい旅行楽しい旅行楽しい
Anoshi. Ryoko.
旅行
Wait, this isn't even a complete statement.
楽しい旅行
Okay, I'm really going backwards. Okay. Thanks. Naigetsu.
来月
フランスはどうですか?
Fransu wa dou desu ka? How about France? Roku?
6
Ju?
10
Naigetsu?
来月
Yasumimasu?
休みます
Ikimasu?
行き
Fransu wa dou desu ka?
フランスはどうですか?
Fransu no yome na yume, sorry, yome. Fransu no yome na tokoro ikimashou. Ni ikimashou. Whoops. Fransu no yome na tokoro ni ikimashou.
ところ
何来何
Naigetsu nani o shimashou? Shimasu ka? Shimashou ka? Oh, okay, that's fine. Either. Oh, actually, yeah, you can use either. Actually, here. Naigetsu nani o shimashou ka? Shimashou ka? Shimashou ka? Yeah, that extra beat just feels a little off. For shimashou. Shimashou ka? Laishu. Naigetsu nani o shimashou ka?
旅行はいつですか?
Ryoko wa itsu desu ka? When is the trip? Hey, Honshu. Interesting. Okay. Honshu is something a time frequency that they haven't used yet in this whole unit. So it's nice to see it again. This week. Honshu nani o shimashou ka?
今週何? 花さん、来月何をしましょうか?
Okay. Hana-san, what are you doing? What are you going to do next week? What should we do next week? Yeah, what should we do next week? Betonamu ni ikimashou. Go to Vietnam. We should go to Vietnam. What is this? Kono Erika. No. Kono aircon. Oh, aircon. Kono aircon wa ikura desu ka? How much is this air conditioner? Okay. A fun trip. Okay, sure.
楽しい
Tanoshi ryoko.
旅行
明日何をしましょうか
Ashita nani o shimashouka? So, what should we do tomorrow? What should we do tomorrow? What are our choices? I alergi ga arimasu. I have allergies. Yes, I have allergies. Koen ni ikimashou. Let's go to the park. Or we should go to the park. Sorry. We should go to the park.
来月カナダに行きましょう
I totally spaced out.
来月カナダに行きましょう
I heard die. What? I just sworn I heard die. Oh,
来月
I get to
来月カナダに行きましょう
oh
カナダ
Canada
に
ni ikimashou.
行きましょう
I get to next month. We should go to Canada. I get to Canada ni ikimashou. Okay. I get to nani o ikimashou ka? Ikimashou ka?
来月何をしましょうか
Oh, no, sorry,
し
not
ましょうか
Shimashouka. I was thinking of going to somewhere still. I say ikimashou. I get to nani o. Oh, and it would have been ni too. So if I was gonna do ikimashouka, probably would do ni as well. I get to nani o shimashouka. France ni ikimashou.
フランスに行きましょう
Okay. Oh, so we get super right away? Oh, that's so unfortunate that we're doing. Oh man. Yeah, you don't get to choose when to use this. I guess we're just gonna bail on one day. That kind of sucks. Alright, well, I guess we got super. Oh, we can test out all the other, like, things then. Oh, this would be a perfect time. 3 days. It's not a perfect time because tomorrow we're gonna spend the whole day reviewing. That kind of sucks. Oh well, it's fine. It happens. I had a feeling 50 days would be the day something happens. I don't like the idea that it lines up with something. Maybe we'll delete. You know what? We'll delay the review for 3 days. I want to use a super. So rain check. We'll delay it so we can go overboard in the next 2-3 days. Yeah, that's fine. It's gonna make the review so much tougher. So we're gonna have to rain check. Yeah, I had a feeling it was gonna be day 50. All right. So change of plans, right? Might as well use super now.
会います
It happened last time too, where right at week 7, I'm like, I really need to do something else, and then we had to skip a whole day. All right, you win, Duolingo. We'll do overload. So let's change this. Let's change the title. All right. I was kind of half ready for this. All right, let's update our title here and put in super. All right. Change your plans, folks. We're doing it live. Change your plans. Time for super time. So now I'm probably going to speed up. We're going to speed up as crazy as we can for the next 3 days. I didn't plan on this. I'm a little bit exhausted. Just a little bit. Not too bad. late nights, anime and all that.
会います
All right, let's try this.
会いま
5時に会いましょ
Goji ni aimashou. Oh, that means at 3 days, at the last day of the super, we're gonna go through all the reviews by hitting all the legendaries, right? That's probably what we're gonna do with the super in order for us to review, to prepare for the actual review. We'll do it that way. That's gonna be the range rearrangement.
う。5時に会いましょ
Okay, so change your plans.
う。5時に会いましょ
Goji ni aimashou. We should meet at 5 o'clock.
高い
I should be a little bit more
高いスーツケースはありますか
fast. Since it's super, so how do we take advantage of super? Well, there's no hearts anymore. So being hesitant won't necessarily challenge me. The one is I'm going to try to speed up how quickly I do things. So we'll see if we can take advantage of it. I was planning on doing the 2-week super soonish, where I try to increase my pace temporarily for 2 weeks straight and then slow back down, right? So suitcase wa arimasu ka? So do you have a suitcase? All right.
9時に会いましょう。9時に会いましょう。
Aimashou.
会い
この飛行機は小さいですね。
この飛行機は小さいですね. This plane is small, isn't it? We're gonna use the other super feature. Let's test the other super feature as well once I complete this review of this unit. Okay.
高い
Right? So we're really going to focus. I'm really gonna strap down now. Less discussions, more things. This is the second time. Last time I'd done it was 43 days ago. Over technically 40 days ago because it was across 3 days. So let's see how different it has been. How 40 plus days allow me to best utilize the features that are not available to me. Right.
来月
Okay.
高い9時会いますお
わ
Oops.
のわ
飛行機のチケットはいくらですか? How much is the plane ticket?
11
11来月
来月会います
会います9月
9月高い
高い飛行機 I'm gonna get used to this 飛行機のチケットは高いですね。新しい backpack? Oh, no. 新しい what? What do we have? Oh, カバン works. Yeah, bag, sure. カバンを買いましょう。
8時に会いましょう
Let's meet. Okay, let's meet at 8. Or we should meet at 8. いいですね。This suitcase is stylish. Okay, so.
この
スーツケース
は
おしゃれですね。
おしゃれですね。
They brought back おしゃれ。Hey Chips, hello. Oh, Chips. yesterday or earlier today, I listened to the Saxon German accent in both like how they translate to English and how it sounds in German from standard German. It is the exact. It's one of the accents that I was talking about. It's a looser jaw. It has like a lot more slurring and open and elongated. Yeah. So yeah, that's a really strong coincidence. Oh, which by the way, Saxon is one of 4 regions that are most commonly found in where I live in the United States. The descendants that's one of the regions that are predominant in where I live in the United States. So it might be like familiarity or something, but I really like the softness of Saxony, the Saxon region, at least what I hear online and stuff, because obviously I'm not around actual first generation Saxons, but yeah, I like it. But you're talking to someone who also has an undesirable American accent, Chips. So if you're grouped around everyone that has similar preferences as undesirable, there might be some like kind of link between the sounds, that it might be comfortableness, right? But it's very drawled out. And honestly, in a way, Saxon, it's interesting why the Southern accent, right? Hey, Paul. What's up? Hello, Paul. It's interesting why the Southern accent has a lot of draw, right? Has a lot of draw, but the Saxon German accent also has a lot of draw to it, and a lot of like your jaw is dropped, like it's not tense, right? That's how I would describe it. Like it's very loose. It's a very soft German. It's less articulate, but that's kind of also the American Southern accent. So it's weird that like meme wise, it's kind of meme at this point that the Saxon, that little meme Saxon accent is considered unattractive, yet the Southern accent is remarkably rustic, and the Southern American accent seemed to be like homey and hospitable. I felt the same way when I was listening to 2 people talking that were clearly, one was speaking in standard German and then the other one had the Saxon accent. I don't know. I guess you can call me a country bumpkin or something. I'm from New York, from the city. However, I spent a large majority of my time in like a bit more of a rural like environment. So that's why maybe it's because I'm very comfortable in people drawling out their words and being a lot more laxed in the way they speak instead of sharping, like very sharp. And I do agree that the German language is incredibly articulate, right? It's very articulate. However, the people that I hear that I found a bit more satisfying is like, I like that softness. It's like the drawling out softness, and it reminds me of the Southern accent too. It's very homey and rustic, like less, how I say, uptight or in the city, right? And it's not a bad thing, because if you're uptight, you're like very sharp, like punctual, and your like your language is super sharp, like you have to enunciate, and it makes my throat tighten. That's what I was talking about yesterday. How am I doing, Paul from YouTube? I'm doing pretty well. How are you? What did you learn today in Japanese, Paul? What were your lessons like? Hit me up with some vocabulary, as we have agreed upon, gentlemanly, like Paul. Yeah, so I like that. I really enjoy the softness, but that's a preference of mine. When you enter the cities in the United States, it's kind of it has a similar contrast where you become less laxed. You're a lot more tense. Your English, the American English, tenses up and become very sharp, like very sharp, efficient speaking. But then when you start leaving the outside, like you get that drawback, like, yo, what's up? Like, how's it going? You know, the lots of drawling out, and your like the bottom of your jaw just falls out, so you're not like, it kind of feels like when you're having a nice time and you're like chilling back a little. That's kind of how I describe the Saxon accent, or my impression of the Saxon accent. It's like when you need to relax and chill out, you start sounding like like that accent, instead of your traditional like super like strong, forceful, proper German kind of a thing that other people have impressions of. But yeah, it's a big coincidence. I don't know if there's other accents that sound like the Saxon accent, like very relaxed. Maybe, I don't know what the Hesse accent sounds like, but Hesse, Rhineland, Saxon, and then one really big area that, like one really big name that I don't understand. Those are the 4 predominant places that the people who settle here, where I live in the United States, that's the one of the biggest populations, the people who descended from, which includes Saxon. I don't know the percentage, but it's usually like the far east, far southeast, right, which is Saxon. The far southwest, I think that's Hesse or Rhineland, and then there's something in the middle. It's largely south. Southern Germany is where most of the Pennsylvanian Dutch hailed from. You're good too. I did well today. You've done 5 to 7 lessons. I don't remember, but now I'm on my way to finish unit 2. Okay. I've learned new word, hiragana, like so, like so, na, wa. And I also buy a French-Japanese lesson book. Ooh, you're like adding on top. Very nice. So you can have the convenience of having a book with you as well. To exercise yourself with new things. Nice. Always adding new things. I love it. So now I'm going to do Duolingo and some exercise on my book every day. Nice. Stack them up, Paul. Obviously, make sure you don't get too exhausted and whatnot. Make sure to rest. I understand how cliche this sounds, but oftentimes memory consolidation is much like the physical consolidation. Having adequate rest, actually, you might retain and naturally learn more while you're in a rested state, right? And it's cool because I can now confirm some vocabs I've seen on Duolingo in good French way. Interesting. Give me a few vocab once you do your lessons, I suppose. So you focus on hiragana. What about vocab? Do you remember any of your vocab? Because you're moving to unit 2. What was unit 1? I like being reminded. When other people learn something, I like to have them tell me what they learned, because then it reminds me of what I have learned, and then we remind each other. Soda. Oh yeah, soda is from hiragana. I don't know if you noticed, but there's a specific type of prompt in the hiragana and the katakana section where if you solve that prompt, they tell you random words. And yeah, soda would be one of them, because you can combine so and ra. And if you're learning the groups, they always reserve like 2 or 3 words at the bottom. Yeah, soda is a great one. It didn't come up in the units though. You won't see a lot of the katakana or the hiragana words come up in the regular units. I really like that. I can't wait to hear how you feel about the katakana section, because there are going to be so many words that kind of sound like English. And you might be thinking like, oh yeah, this must be the English word, and some of them are actually not words. Like it's Duolingo doing Duolingo things where they would combine and say, man, why isn't this an English adopted word? So I am excited to hear when you start like dabbling in all of that stuff. I want to hear what your favorite or like what funny moments you have. You've got to try to install Japanese keyboard to start writing words I've seen in hiragana. Oh, yes. I agree. Oh, also, are you aware, Paul? I don't know if when you're going to decide to do this. I did it fairly later until I get used to seeing kana, but there is a keyboard function in Duolingo. And then when you install your Japanese IME, you can start using the keyboard function whenever you start feeling comfortable and want to do that. So yeah, this is an accessible thing when you start installing the Japanese keyboard, the IME, right? So then you can enter after you're comfortable seeing the kana, then you can remove the word bank from these prompts and use your keyboard entry. It takes a bit to get used to. It's certainly a different dimension of learning. And I don't know how much you like Romaji. I keep my Romaji on my sleeves. You're gonna see if I have it because I'm mostly doing it on my iPad, so I don't know if the word's the same as the PC. Oh, you're right. I have no idea. I'd probably look for an integrated language option in your OS, in Mac OS. I'm sure they have modules for Mac OS, hopefully. Usually it would be your OS, so your OS settings, not necessarily like your browser or anything. Or sorry, not Mac OS, iOS. Sorry, you're on iPad. I don't know if, I guess iPad are still running on iOS, so there's probably going to be like an integrated module or something for iOS. I'm sorry, I'm not a Mac or an iOS user, so most of the time I can always rely on Apple to be more convenient, if you know what I mean. So in fact, I would take the gamble that iOS is probably smoother when it comes to finding the module. No worries, Small Pie. Eating food. What you eating, Small Pie? You're gonna see if I have it because I'm mostly doing it right. And then I hide Romaji today, and yeah, it's more difficult, but you like it. Yeah, I hit Romaji after I knew all the Romaji. So it's a little, I know this sounds a little weird, but there's a time when I am very slow at reading and pronouncing and speaking Romaji, like off the Romaji stuff. So then after I acquired that, then I turned it off because there are some prompts you will still need to know Romaji. And at the same time, when you do keyboard functions, it can come in handy if you can visualize very quickly Romaji and kana. You can still stick with kana and leapfrog over it and use a kana to map in your head, unless I don't actually know how iPads work. Maybe iPads you can swap, since you're on iOS, you can probably swap your entry altogether, like completely altogether. Because mobile you can reprogram and re-lay out your keyboard. So I would love to know if it's a different type of layout that you have options for. Like, because I'm on the desktop, right? So I'm using a Roman character keyboard. So it would require Romaji regardless. However, on an iPad though, you could have different layouts. You could probably even do the Japanese layout. I don't know what that looks like. I haven't ever seen a Japanese keyboard, but that would be an interesting experiment. Just for the record, statistically, most people use a Roman keyboard, as far as I know. The impression is that the vast majority of people still use a Roman keyboard, Roman character keyboard layout for button input, as in those who speak Japanese and those who have learned Japanese. You never get a mod for stream? Well, it won't be me. I don't have any mods. And I'm not interested in any mods either. That's probably not of my concern, small pie, but hope you're dealing with that, I suppose. Thanks, you. Okay, I know I had plans, guys, Paul, Chips, and like I had plans to review tomorrow, but apparently on day 50 I got super for 3 days. So for the next 3 days, we're going really, really hard. So change of plans. I'm a little exhausted today, but we're gonna go really, really hard. And we're gonna do all the super features that I planned already. I set myself up for this. So it was either nothing is gonna happen today or it does happen. So it does happen. And I can't read that, Millie. Sorry. But hello, I suppose. We should buy tickets today.
今日
Interesting. 今日チケット
チケットを
を
買いましょう。
買いましょう。You're from Bangladesh. Welcome. Hello there. Hello there. What kind of language are you learning right now? Hello. Hello. I asked that question, I suppose. I imagine learning language. Where am I from? The good old US of A, I suppose. I'm from the United States. However, since I'm an American, I would answer where I'm born. However, if you're from Bangladesh, I would say my parents are from China. They are from Fujian. So I understand that when internationally, that phrasing for English would mean something else. So my parents are Chinese. I am from the United States though. This plane ticket is really expensive, isn't it? How are you? What's up in Bangladesh? I do not know anything about that I would be comfortable saying about Bangladesh or Bangladesh. Yeah. You can tell me something about it if you want. What's on your mind? What do you usually tell a foreigner about Bangladesh if they were to visit? Like hypothetically, if you had to host someone, what would you say first? It's not good there? Oh, how so? If you wanted to show a foreigner, like say a foreigner wants to visit you, what would you show them? You know? Like, what would you talk about with a hypothetical foreigner? Let's see here. Hikoki noチケットは本当に高いですね。Oh, この。Oops. この
飛行機の
チケット。
スカート。
That's scatto. That's skirt. Where's my
チケット
チケットは本当に
本当に高い
高い
で
ですす
ね。
ね。Very poor country? I'm sorry to hear that. Yes, I got a super preview 3 days. Yeah, I know. Let's practice one of these features. Let's do this word thing. This is a new feature in Duolingo, and I want to see what this is like. Let's go. Oh, it doesn't do anything. Are you serious? Oh, it doesn't do anything. Oh, I'm a little disappointed. I thought it was going to give me... Wait, why does it say... Oh, maybe I can't even access this yet? Is this like the story when I click on it? It just tells me to, keep going. So I can't even do whatever this is. Oh, maybe not? I don't understand. Is it telling me to practice this? What happens if I switch this? No, I guess we can't do it. Oh, well, let's do some listening exercises. I kind of, oh, or rewind. Let's do a rewind. What is? Oh no, it keeps leading me to. Wait. I don't understand how this works. I really don't. Let's just do the listening features, right? Actually, let's go over all our mistakes. I'm kind of curious. Wait, I don't understand how this works. I really don't. It definitely works on that's a bug. It definitely, oh, and I'm completely incapacitated by allergies today. Never had this. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you're. Oh, yeah, I'm learning Japanese, Millie. Are you too? Oh, it's a bug. Dang it. I wanted to use this. Oh, it's. Oh, that is a bug. None of this stuff works. Wait. Oh, wait. Maybe it's because. Hold up. What's happening? None of these buttons work. Oh no, is this a bug? Oh no. I did try to reload the browser. I already did that. It's very fast. Okay, hold up. Hang on. Hold. 1 second. Let's try it this way. I just flashed it very quickly. Let me try again. What? Hold up. Oh, hold. It might take a little bit, because I might just done it. So you're learning Japanese too, Millie? All right, cool. Where are you? And how are you learning Japanese, Millie? Konnichiwa. Something. The day. Oh, kyo. Oh yeah, that's kyo probably, right? Kyo wa nihongo no benkyo ga do. Yeah, how is my studying going? Yeah. Hello, how's my studying going? Yeah. Pretty good. So I had to change all my plans today because everything's done. You're learning from YouTube? Okay, they are teaching me Japanese in Bangla. Okay, nice. That's awesome that there's a YouTube content creators maybe that are teaching Japanese using Bangla. But your English is good. Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, I understand you, so that's amazing. Ometeto. Oh, hey, thanks. Yeah, 50. So we have a change of plans. Oh no, it's fine. No need to apologize, Millie. English is English. If I can understand you, then that's plus in my book. English has a very low ceiling of comprehension, or a low requirement of comprehension. I think it's perfectly sufficient. By the way, guys, I have to extend Lotus and Indy. I have to extend my review for another 2 days because on day 50 you're given 3 days. I have prepared for this, but I kind of thought it was going to happen on day 100, one of these days. So review is not going to be today. The problem is now is I can't seem to use any of these things. Maybe we'll give it like 10 minutes or something, which is kind of like the leaderboard stuff and whatnot. But anyways, I'm gonna go back and review something soonish. Maybe in 3 days I'll go back and do like a legendary, get all the legendary pips so that I can remind myself of my review. So officially, I guess the review is gonna be pushed to what, this is 3 days, so it's gonna be pushed to day 53. Maybe log in and log out? Okay. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Hold up. So I'm gonna try not to dox myself here. Hold up. No, that's not what I want. Not it. Okay. So let's try to log in and log out. That's a good point. Hold up. In before I don't remember my password. Okay. All right. I logged in and logged out. One sec. Welcome back. Watashi wa Nihongo o I don't know that kanji. Deru. Nice. Yeah, I don't know that kanji yet, Millie. Yeah. What does... Oh, yeah, hi. Oh. Quick? Yeah. Nice. Sorry. I'm trying to process a lot of things. We have two conversations going on at the same time. All right. Let's see if this works. It doesn't work. No, it doesn't work. So we refreshed the... It's gonna take a bit. I think it takes a bit. I'm pretty sure it does, because it's still telling me that I should consider Super Duolingo. So I think let's wait a bit, because I do want to do these other things. So let's just complete this and then see what happens. Maybe your teacher taught you that it read mananderu. It means I'm learning Japanese. My teacher also from Bangladesh. Okay. Mananderu. Okay. I'll remember that. I'll try to remember that. I did not get the word for learning yet. But I'll keep that in mind. So manan. Oh, okay. So mana deru. Okay. So watashi wa Nihongo o mananderu. Interesting. I'm learning Japanese. Nice. How long have you been learning Japanese, Millie? All right, let's do a couple lessons and see if we can unlock. That's the word for learning from a book. Oh, thanks, Indy. Thanks for the clarification. So the whole phrase is mananderu. Oh, it kind of reminds me of is it man? Oh, interesting. It's learning from a book. Yet it kind of reminds me of manga. Is the first part man a modifier for book? I don't know. It's what is it? Manabu is the verb. Okay. So the plain form is manabu. Okay. Interesting. Manabu. So then you have... Oh, yeah. Okay, got it, Lotus. Thanks. Makes sense. Where how that works out. Interesting. 2 months or 3 months? I think you are a very polite person. Thanks. I appreciate it. I try to be polite. In the ye olde Japanese way, right? Ye olde Japanese way. Well, I hope your Japanese is great. I mean, like, you're having fun and whatnot, right? I'm sure all of this is going to be review. The stuff that I'm reviewing. Since you're 2 to 3 months ahead already. And you have an instructor. Do you want me not to be polite? Lotus, is that what you're saying? Do you want me to like throw shade at you for all day? Get back in the closet. Just kidding. Get back into the coin. I can't even say coin locker. Wait. Coin locker, right? Get back in the storage. All right. Let's do this and see if we can get the super features to work again.
コーヒーを飲みましょ
What the?
う。飲みましょう。
Wait.
飲みましょう。
Oh no. My settings aren't even. Oh, okay. I wonder what settings. I wonder what the settings reset after the relog. I blame Indy for everything that's gonna happen coming up. But anyways, 3 days. We're gonna hit it pretty hard. 3 days. We're gonna try to be fast too because no hearts. So if you have no hearts, you gotta go at least try to push to make mistakes, right? Instead of being careful. All right. We should drink coffee. Wait. Where's? Oh, we should buy. Wait. Where? Oh.
お土産を見ましょう。
So we're gonna take risks now. If no hearts, the 2 weeks that I planned if I had super, I was going to take more risks because it's a time to take risks and then come back down and all that. So I've already forgotten what that person said, but I'm gonna guess
お土産
omiyage no
見ましょ
mimashou. It's a sentence. Let's go. 明日美術館で会いましょう。
会いましょう。
会いましょう。Sorry. 会いましょう sounds good. Let's go. お土産を見ましょう。
お土産を見ましょう。
Yeah, we're going. You're going. Do I have a personal teacher? I do not. It's been a very long time since I've had someone formally teach me anything. I am not usually in that position of being taught anything anymore. Oh, you're going to coaching every day. Interesting. Like you're going to someone who is coaching you each day, or what are you what's the coaching for? Is that the teacher? You're referring to your teacher? Cafe de something o nomimashou. So what are we drinking? Iced
う。
coffee.
アイスコーヒ
Fair enough. Let's go. Wait, was that stuff always in there? The 5 in a row leaping thing, or is that a super thing? I haven't ever seen the like duo bouncing in front of the screen before. Is that a new thing? or is that just a super thing where duo just pops up randomly in animation? Millie, it's perfectly all right. I ask these questions regardless if the person regardless. So I like to make sure I understand. Yeah, your teacher is teaching you Japanese. Yeah, so you go every day. That's very studious of you. No, that's not the word I want to use here. That's very dedicated of you. It's very impressive that you go every day to learn Japanese. What do you want to do with that Japanese, Millie?
美術で
Yes. 美術館で会います。or 会いましょう。美術館で会いましょう。We should meet at the art museum.
ー。カフェでジュースを飲みましょ
Okay.
う。カフェ
カフェ
で
でジュース
ジュースを
を
飲みましょう。
飲みましょう。 We should drink juice at the cafe.
カフェ
Cafe day. What are we doing at the cafe? Kolcha. Kolcha を飲みましょう. Drink black tea this time.
美術館で会いましょ
Let's meet at the art museum. いいえ、駅で会いましょう. 駅で会いましょう. Let's meet at the train station.
う。カフェでコーヒーを飲みましょう。
I kind of want to know the word for instead. Let's meet at the. It's also implied when you say ie, but you know ie eki o aimashou instead, whatever instead means, or I guess instead would be in the front, whatever the word instead is. Cafe de coffee o nomimashou. We should drink coffee at the cafe. I don't think I could literally translate instead. Oh, okay. It's implied by saying ie, you know what I mean? Like, I see that it's implied, but it would be interesting how you would say, oh, as an alternative, or however you say that. Like, sorry. Alternatively, let's meet at the train station instead. Although, even if you read ie and then offer something, it's already implied. Definitely ways to suggest an alternative, yeah. Mushiro eki. Oh, really? Mushiro eki de airimashou. Okay. Kanji. Oh. Onani kana. That probably works. Okay. The only thing I have right now that would suggest like maybe and something is tabun. Tabun is the only phrase I think that I have, that word that I have right now that would suggest like, oh, perhaps, or this is probably the case kind of thing. Tabun is the only one that I have right now. And I have no conditionals still in Duolingo. No conditionals. Or contrast, or contrary, or counter offer, or counter proposal. But yeah, I would often implicitly think when someone says ie, when you ask something, like when someone else suggests something, and then when a Japanese person says ie, it's like instead, like sorry, or no, instead let's do this. Yeah, those are hard, so they're later, yeah, I imagine. Or kawari ni eki de aimashou. That would probably be better. Oh, okay. So kawari is instead, and then ni, okay, ni, and then eki de aimashou, to meet at the station. Okay, so you use the ni particle for, I see. I would probably use, what would you use? Mao ga yi. Wow. I don't even know what that is. Huh. No Mao ga yi. I can break some of that apart that you guys are saying. Huh. Okay. Oh, it would be better. Is it saying like the expression is kind of like, it would be better if we do this. So that's kind of giving the idea of like, instead, let's do this. Because I see the e something, right? Aogai is more polite. Oh, okay, I see. So is it like expressing something like, how about this instead because it's kind of better? I see some of the parts going on there. Interesting. All right, we should drink coffee at the cafe. I totally skipped the verb. Not important.
今日美術館に行きましょ
今日美術館に行きましょう。いいえ、海に行きましょう。Yeah.
有名な絵を見ましょう。
有名な駅見ましょう。Okay, we should look at the famous painting. Oh, no. Wait. I see famous paintings. I mean, you can still put this in there, technically, but it's fine. Famous painting. We should look at famous paintings work. You can still put in the, technically. It's a really pretty painting, isn't it? 本当に綺麗なねなえですね
花を見ましょう。
花を見ましょう。Okay, we should look at flowers. Fair enough.
素敵な絵ですね。
素敵なですね。Oh, it's gonna be so tough picking that up every once in a while. 素敵な絵ですね。Yeah. The painting is lovely, isn't it? I mean, it's a lovely painting, sorry. It's the other way around. What you call it? This is attributive form, yes. It's a lovely painting, isn't it? Sorry, every time I see isn't it, makes me think of Japanese people speaking English. It's 2:43 a.m. in your country. You're going to sleep? Good night, Millie. Good luck with your Japanese. Good luck with your Japanese. So it says kohi no. Okay, so you can say, if you say kohi no maogai says the direction of coffee is good. So it's like a polite way to suggest an alternative. Okay, that's nice. I kind of like it. Awari ni is just straight up instead of that. Substitute this with that. Oh, in it. in it. Did you just pull a British thing? In it, guys. So instead of that, I like the I agree with you guys. The no maogai is what I'm going for the instead. That's a great way. Instead of that, to substitute with that, kind of more like strong. It feels like it's a little bit stronger. Like, oh, but this, let's do, like, as opposed to, hey, this would be better, or like instead, isn't like this would be better, or this could work out nice, right? Wouldn't it be nice? In it, in it. Okay. Sorry. All right. We should look at famous paintings. Yume na e o mimashou. Okay. I guess. Okay.
有名な絵を会いましょう。
That's
会いま
not
しょう。見ましょう。
これはとても有名なです。Oh,
Eh?
What?
です
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Falstaff. What's wrong?
Yeah.
Falstaff.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah.
What happened?
This.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Oh, we can turn some of these into legendaries. That's cool. Are lions dangerous? I don't know. Are they? Dion. Dion. I almost added an S. Dion wa abunai desu ka? Abunai desu ka? Where is it?
ライオン
Dion
は
wa abunai desu ka?
危ない
Abunai
ですか
ka?
あのライオンは可愛いですね。
Really? Okay. Wait. Oh, no, never mind.
あのライオンは
Kawaii
可愛いで
desu
すね。
ne?
あのライオンは可愛いですね。
Alright, I'm not gonna repeat stuff. We're just gonna full send. Oh, that's a cute lion. あのライオンはとても可愛いですね? No. Aoi? What the heck? Ame. Oki.
大きい
Well, I mean, sure. I had a college roommate that was convinced that lions are cute and cuddly. Aww. That's kind of cute, but yeah, not cute and cuddly, but don't trust what you see on YouTube. But there are people who do cuddle with lions. Just don't trust it. That's their exceptions. They're very, very exceptions. Oh, here's the thing about big cats. Or a lot of felines. Did you guys know that, you know, when they groom, right? Have you ever seen the close-up image of what a feline's tongue is like? They're filled with micro blades, like directional blades. I don't know if you guys ever seen the tongue of like big cats, even like lions, but they can like scratch the heck out of you even though they're trying to like groom you, right? I don't know if you've ever seen a close-up of the tongue, but they're like sharp combs, like pretty sharp combs. In fact, if ever you get an opportunity to watch like YouTube and where someone is like a zookeeper or something, like a preserve keeper who handles interacting with large felines, you can kind of see it in their tongue that they're like directional like comb blades. Like it can like really abrasively not necessarily penetrate your skin, but pretty cool. And it kind of explains the whole like grooming thing, like how do they untangle their fur and whatnot, their hair and fur with just licking alone. I don't think humans' tongues are structured in any way like that, but it's pretty cool. It's also kind of scary. I was watching a bunch of people who handle with cats, and they were describing how it felt to be like groomed, you know, out of familial relations with large cats, and it kind of feels like a very light blade kind of abrasively going against your skin the whole time, because their tongues are like quite sharp tongues. It's pretty cool. And then I went and look and see what the tongue looks like on felines. Pretty cool.
ライオンは危ないですか？ライオン
Lion wa abunai desu ka?
危ないですか？
That's what I heard. We're going. We'll send. Ano. Ano. Ikopa. Hisopa. Hisopa. I saw. Oh. I don't know. Oh, it's Hiroba. Oh no. I got it wrong. I thought it was Seoul. It's Hiroba. Okay, that's fine. Honest mistake, right? Hiroba. I actually heard Hiroba in the anime I was watching yesterday. And it wasn't a plaza in the sense of the modern plaza. It was used in the sense of like a town square plaza, like a bazaar kind of thing. And it was in Severin. So that was kind of cool hearing Hiroba out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting to hear this word. So it was pretty cool. I think my favorite one, you guys weren't here earlier, like in the beginning, but my phrase from this unit that I really liked was one of the characters is very formal, so she always says things in formal, and she said "tetsudaimasu." When like Fierin was looking for something, the Fern, the other character, literally just said "tetsudaimasu" and proceeded to search. I'm like, yes, it was pretty cool. I like it. I picked up at least a third of the conversation in that show because the characters that usually speak are speaking in the polite form because they're very polite to each other and they're estranged, like distant from each other. It's going okay. We watched a lot of Fierin yesterday. We tend to watch anywhere from 6 to 8 episodes a week because we only meet up once a week. So I'm a little bit exhausted, sort of, because stay up quite late on half days. But yeah, really nice. Really nice. Picked up quite a lot. I would say I pick up a third to half of the dialogue in Fierin. They're usually talking about like relations, passage of time, health, memories, and that is very comfortable. Although Duolingo hasn't covered most of that context, there are some things that definitely come up. Like they constantly greet strangers, they constantly introduce themselves, right? When they meet new places. So they're constantly repeating the act of introducing themselves or having to say things over again. So it feels like it's good. It's like a journey thing, but there's new meetings and departures all the time. So you kind of get a lot of things that you get hit back on when it comes to Duolingo's routine or what they prioritize as things. Especially when they talk about food or eating or buying things or looking for things. That's when it really gets going. Yeah. I might even rewatch it with Japanese subtitles. That'd be kind of fun. Hiroba de... Is that water? That kind of looks like water.
水
Mizu? Oh no, mimashou. Okay.
その広場で写真を撮りましょう。
That Duolingo thing, where like that duo bouncing up and that, that's totally a super feature, isn't it? Because I haven't seen that ever. And maybe I might have seen it like 43 days ago. Getting Japanese subs is surprisingly hard. They're not on Crunchyroll at least. Yeah, I know. So the only access right now that I have for Japanese subs are YouTube content, especially people who if you watch bilingual Japanese content creators, they tend to have Japanese subtitles. So that's usually where I get it. It is on Netflix though, yes. Being, Netflix, the powerhouse of production. But yeah. You're watching Teasing Master Takagi-san with Japanese subtitles. Wait, Teasing Master? Is that new, or I'm thinking of something else? What's that super edgelord guy who is like really cool but also insecure? That's not Takaki, is it? Takaki? That can't be right. I only know the Japanese, like the romaji of it, I think. I probably only recognize the emoji of it. It's not that guy, right? The guy that's like super edgy and know everything guy, the super cool guy. Probably not. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. In this anime, this guy is super edgelord. Like, he is edge. Oh, no, okay. Okay, Nishikata. No, it's not the same show. So it's not that show. Okay, it's not that show. Okay.
その広場で写真を撮りましょう。
And then the other show, I'm not referring to Kaguya-sama as well. But there is another show I was thinking of. Not that.
その広場で写真を撮りましょ
Alright.
う。写真、 その広場でを撮りましょ
YOLO. Okay. 美術館に行きましょう。そして広場で写真を撮りましょう。
今何をしましょうか。
今、what should we do now? 今何をしましょうかこの T シャツは高いですね。I mean, if you're in a souvenir shop, you could say that. I mean, with enough context, you know? Like, Falstaff is just looking at an expensive t-shirt in the souvenir shop, and we're gonna call her Kimiko. Kimiko-san is just asking like, hey, what should we do now? Because you're looking at this expensive t-shirt, you know? That could happen. Anyways, Lion or Mimasho. Okay, fair enough. That's kind of awkward that there's a bear saying we should go and look at a lion. Sorry. We should look at the lion, says the bear. Sorry. Oh yeah, and then zoo. Dobutsu-kan. Dobutsu-en. に行きましょう。そして広場で写真を撮りましょう。I'm saying these because the volitional, I haven't set the volitional form in enough to make it comfortable when I see it. But we're gonna
今
hear
日
it a
何を
lot.
しましょうか。
今日何をしましょうか？動物園に行きましょう。Sure enough. Let's go. 10 in a row! Hooray! That animation's kind of nice. You have to admit. Duo bouncing up and down and telling you what role. That's kind of nice. 動物園に No. Wait. で写真を撮りましょう。そして駅に行きましょう。有名な写真 not sentence
有な富士山
that's Fuji-san
写真
来週動物園に行きましょ
来週動物園に行きましょう Okay, we should go to the zoo next week. It took me a while to find the 広場で会いましょう。I don't know about that one. Let's go for it. Wait, what did I say?
広場で会いましょ
Okay?
明日動物園に行きましょう。
明日動物園に行きましょう. Sorry. I'm trying to get into character. I'm slowly getting loose and getting into character now. We should go to the zoo tomorrow. I like lions, says the bear. I really need to buy a Falstaff plushie. I need to wait for another month. Lion ga suki desu. Or is it something else? Wait.
ライオンが好きです。
Oh no, that works. 広場で写真を撮りましょう. Yeah? Oh, that. その広場で写真を撮りましょう. Okay. Alright, folks. Today's gonna be a long day. It's the super days. I wasn't ready for this. Maybe I should, I do have a wrap here, so I could eat as well. Today is gonna be a deep day. We're doing deeps sets. I'm so energized because it's something new to do, to shake up the thing. I don't think if I had to ask myself, I don't think I'm gonna subscribe all the time, super in the future. I think I'm gonna do super every once in a while, just to like spice it up. It's kind of like a treat, as opposed to, which by the way, when we talk about Netflix and streaming services, I rotate streaming service. So I bounce from, instead of having all of the stuff available to me, I tend to cycle around. Because I kind of like to treat myself to things I don't have to do manually for a while and then go off of them and go back on them. I like to bounce between conveniences in my life. Sometimes I deliberately make things inconvenient for myself to keep myself appreciating the things that are convenient, I suppose. Let's see. Fransu, and then there's no here, so I'm kind of curious about this too. So Fransu ryori wa takai desu ka? Oh, and it's good together. Yeah, Fransu ryori wa takai desu ka?
フランス料理は美味しいですね。は美味しいですね。
Moving right along. We should rest at the hotel. Hoteru. Oh, wait. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So, hoteru de yasumimashou.
ホテルで休みましょう。
晩ご飯の後、休みましょう。
晩ご飯の後、休みましょう? Wait, is that it? Wait.
晩ご飯の後、休みましょう。
Yeah, that sounds right. That's reasonable. Yeah. このに、oh wait. この肉はwhat? 本当にOh, okay. So, この肉は本当に美味しいですね? Yes.
美味しい。
Okay, let's go.
ホテルで休みましょう。
ホテルに Wait, ホテルで
ホテルで休みましょう。
休みましょう。
ホテルで休みましょう。
I thought they might have said ホテルに行きましょう instead. I thought they might switch it up or something. You know, let's go to the hotel. But I guess not. This is something. で、休みましょう。公園?
Koen.
公園 is fine. Park.
この肉は美味しいです。
この肉は美味しいです。This is tasty. Whoops. This meat is tasty. I'm so tempted to say, isn't it? I think I'm more inclined in Japanese now to say desu ne instead of just stating a fact. I feel like I totally understand why now. Ne at the end of like 60 to 70% whenever I hear Japanese, ne ends up at the end of things because it just seems so nice to say that. Like, this is nice, isn't it? I'm constantly thinking I can't say anything in the indicative form. Like, what I mean is like saying, oh, I like hobbies. That's fine. Like, if you're expressing stuff like that, right? But if you're suggesting something, I just feel almost obligated to say desu ne, or at least ne at the end. Like, it's a nice day, isn't it? As opposed to saying I think is a nice day. When you say it's a nice day, you want to say ne, at least, at minimum. So now I'm starting to think that I'm gonna start saying that all the time in English. Like, yeah, this game is quite nice, isn't it? It's so much more natural to me now after all this time. Anyways, sorry. Juji ni, that looks like a hotel to me. Hoteru ni kairimashou.
Hoteru?
At 10. Let's return. We should return to the hotel at 10 o'clock.
次は何をしましょうか?
Sugi, what should we do next? Tsugi wa hiroba wa wait, the hiro gohan. Whoops. Hiru gohan. I read hiro immediately. Tsugi wa hiru gohan o tabemashou. Let's go. We should eat lunch next. Or next we should eat lunch.
レストランで晩ご飯を食べましょ
Okay.
う。レストラン
で
晩ご飯を食べましょう。
食べましょう。Off we go.
ナオミさん、次は何をしましょうか?
Seth Rogen. Man. Hello. Naomi-san, 次は何をしましょうか? 次は晩ご飯を食べましょう。Fair enough. Let's go. We should return home. うちに帰りましょう。
うちに帰りましょう。ケンさん、次は何をしましょうか?
Okay. Ken, what should we do next? 次はうちに帰りましょう。You're no fun, Ken.
肉は高いですね。
肉は高いですね。Meat is expensive, isn't it? Sure. Is this app you're using beneficial? I mean, I certainly find it beneficial, indeed. What are your interests and how'd you come across Duolingo, I imagine? What are your interests in terms of Duolingo? it is beneficial to me. Francu ryori wa oishii desu ne.
フランス料理
料理は
美味しいですね。
フランス料理が好きです。
フランス料理が好きです。
Okay. Up and away, Adam.
あ、その写真もいいですね。
Oh, which by the way, Lotus, I hope you're recovering from the allergies. I totally feel ya, man. I can read this form script. Yeah. What kind of languages are you into, Seth Rogen? Seth. What are other languages and language interests that you have? その写真もいいですね。Okay. Oh. That photo is it's nice, isn't it? Oh, wait. Also. That photo is also nice, isn't it?
この飛行機のチケットは安いです。
Allergy pill is sort of working. You've already experienced. I had to get one from my work, and it's like a combo Advil. Okay, I was just about to say. I was about to say, it's kind of nice to have a symptom suppressor if you already experiencing symptoms already, and then the allergy pill, the antihistamine, will prevent further symptom. Right? Oftentimes, living a life of allergies, you often, if you're too late on your antihistamines, then you need a decongestant of some sort to address the symptoms while taking an antihistamine to reduce incoming symptoms, so the symptoms do not build up or get worse. So I usually take like something of a suppressant or an expectorant of some sort to treat the current symptoms, while the antihistamine, taking an antihistamine to prevent it from getting worse for the time being, if it gets really bad, like crippling bad. Swedish? All right, Swedish. That's your first language, Swedish, and then English is your second language, or both? You're both English and Swedish, and do you have any interest in learning new languages, Seth? That makes sense. I have to take an allergy pill before I go over to my friends with cats, otherwise oh yeah. I meant to say I need an hour before I go over. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, I pregame too. I totally pregame antihistamines. When I know, I always check the weather first, because weather sucks. So when like if the forecast has like rain in 2 days, I take antihistamines the day before the rain comes in. So oftentimes, and then if I have symptoms, I just take a expectorant on top of that. But yeah, that's, and sometimes allergies are just so bad that regardless, you're still gonna have new annoyances. I totally feel that when you say the allergy slapped you so hard today. I totally feel that. You're monolingual, bruh. I want to learn Swedish. I see. Okay, fair enough. You're monolingual English. I'm not sure about the bruh parts. I imagine that's an adaptation of American English. Well, no time like the present. I guess you could sample Duolingo with Swedish. I can't make a comment on it. I've only used the Japanese course so far. But hey, no time like the present. You can give it a day or two and see what happens. You know, see if magic happens.
この飛行機のチケットは安いです。
Bruh is the English age indicator. Bruh. You know what's a indicator of academia? If you're in academia, typically you would use the word colleague. So if you throw in the word colleague, it's like, wait a minute. Are you just using that? It has a very specific contextual use case. So you can't just simply throw in the word colleague wherever you throw in friends and stuff. It has a very contextual use. So if someone is contextually using colleague in that sense, it's a dead giveaway that they were in academia for at least 18 years. At like the first 18 years. Or maybe on and off. My eyes are a little bit itchy. It's raining today. So I got some, what is it? Arerugi ga arimasu. I don't know how to say acting up. How do you say your allergies are acting up, Lotus? Like arerugi wa acting up. Or maybe an alternative phrase is are getting worse. So I'm Japanese living in America wanting to learn my parents' language, you assume? That's a pretty solid meta guess. I am not Japanese. I am American. Quite astute. And my parents are Asian, but they are not Japanese. They are Chinese. However, I do plan on learning Mandarin after this. Although learning language takes a really long time, so it's probably going to be half a year to a year before I start Mandarin. And my second language is technically Mandarin, but my second learned language is Spanish, actually. But yeah. It is quite, you're quite on the mark though. You're quite on the mark. My interest in Japanese does have something to do with being Asian in the United States, however.
この飛行機のチケットは安いです。この
wait.
この飛行機のチケットは安いです。
Oh, 飛行機
の
チケットは安い wait, did you say it's cheap? What did you say?
この飛行機のチケットは安いです。
安いです。Yeah, something was cheap.
安いです。
Yes. Okay, cool.
レストランで晩ご飯を食べましょう。
Bruh? I'm not sure what that bruh means. Is that like bet? Are you using bruh like bet right now? Bet. Oh wait. Where am I going with this? Restaurant. レストランで晩ご飯を食べましょう。We should eat dinner at the restaurant. Okay.
いろいろな写真を撮りましょう。
Oh, by the way, Lotus. いろいろ came up 3 times in Fioren's first half of the season. So いろいろ totally came up so many times. And it was during the shopping thing too. And 買います obviously. Like 買いましょう. Or 買い物. 買い物 came up obviously. So from this unit. 買い物. いろいろ was from last unit. But fair enough. Dona came up too. I'm talking to peeps on Twitch. Over at Twitch. It's super rewarding. Yeah, I know. It's super rewarding to recognize words when you're listening. Hon comes up a lot because we're talking about grimoires, but they use hon a modifier of hon a lot. So you get books quite a bit. Variances on books, like the type of book. Something no hon. So they tend to use no hon a lot. It's pretty cool. You know what words that haven't been shown, but it's kind of cool to eventually know them? Like spells. Like maho. Maho is so standard in anime. So maho for magic. Over and over again. Maho this, maho that. Maho ma. And I just get so... it's thanks to like all the magic girl stuff, right? Like maho shoujo, right? Or sojo maho? No, maho sojo a lot of times, right? So you hear maho so much. Thanks, Nojo. Is this a dual stream? Yeah, my Twitch handle is the same thing. Yeah, maho shoujo. Yeah, magic girls. It's a that subgenre is plenty enough to know what maho stands for. Yeah, this is a dual stream, and it's the same handle. Both are the same.
いろいろな写真を撮りましょう。
いろいろな写真 I heard 写真を撮りましょう probably
神社
Oh, that's
神社
just
写
kidding
真を撮りましょう。
Let's just go
素敵な絵ですね。
素敵な絵素敵な絵で素敵な絵ですね It's a lovely painting, isn't it? Oh, steaky. Steaky was used a lot too. Steaky, kirei, especially steaky. I was surprised. Oh, omoshiro, shiroi. Oh my gosh, that is used in both senses so often. Like omoshiroi desu ne. Like emoshiroi ne. So. Emoshiroi. It's No, Hideyoshi, you're trying to hear it. It's steaky. Like steaky. I'm not saying steaky. That's no. Hideyoshi, you're hearing what you want to hear, just like the last couple times. When I said like that's watashi, it's not atashi. You tend to hear what you want to hear. Listen, no stakes here. No stakey. Although humbug, I heard humbug or humbug a bunch of times in Severin as well. Humbug steaky. Now that I think about it. Now that I think about it, I did hear Hamburg steaky. Or however you say the hamburger part.
Wait,
what?
本当に綺麗な絵ですね。本当に綺麗な。
What?
本当に綺麗な絵ですね。
Oh.
ですね。
本当に綺麗な絵。本当に綺麗な絵ですね。When I talk to teachers on Italki, they use omoshiroi all the time. Not sure if they are saying I'm funny or interesting. Both. I say that all the time. Like, I don't know if it's a Asian thing, but I say interesting all the time for both funny and interesting. So like when you say something and I have nothing more, like I'm processing, I would say interesting. And it's both interesting and funny. Like, oh, that's kind of quirky. It's kind of interesting. So I actually say the same thing. Like omoshiroi is when they do it in anime, I do it in English all the time. So when someone say, "Hey, this is really cool," oh, well, that's interesting. I naturally do it all the time in English. And when I'm using the word interesting, it can be both or all three. The idea is the word is ambiguous, you know. So I honestly feel what they're trying to do when they're saying omoshiroi all the time. Or like, "Oh, I see. That's interesting." I said, "Wow, that's very peculiar. Boy, that's quirky. Huh. Oh, that's fairly humorous." So instead of saying, "Oh, that's quite humorous. How serendipitous of that," replace it with the word interesting. That's it. It's just a catch-all ambiguity. I even think it goes beyond funny or interesting. It goes, "That's surprising," depending on the demeanor, right? When you say interesting, there's, "That's interesting. Huh. That's interesting. Oh, well, that's interesting. Huh. Interesting." Happens a lot. My colleagues do it too. Like people I know, my best friends and stuff, we use the word interesting when we have to show attention, but really could not collect what it is. So when I heard that in anime over and over again, it's like, oh my gosh, now I can't unhear it. And I say it a lot. "Hey hen, hello. Konbawa. Genki desu ka?" Yeah, so omoshiroi, oh my gosh. It's what word omoshiroi daijobu? Or maybe not daijobu. I think genki or like fine, all right. I think interesting rivals that in my vocabulary. So I'm so hyper attentive to omoshiroi. Whatever you say, the first thing like a teacher, in my opinion, the habit of like a professor or teacher would say is, "That's interesting." Like, "Oh yeah, I'm listening. You have my interest." Like the thing you're saying is interesting. I don't want to say anything else to be too presumptuous. So it's funny, interesting. So when I say it's funny, I also mean it's interesting. Like, "Oh, hey, that's funny. It's interesting." That kind of looks like the left one. Kind of looks like a kanji, half a kanji that I know, and then that's like a kanji that's used a lot. Wado da. I've seen that before. Or I've seen those kanjis, but I don't know what the kanji. I'm gonna assume, "How's it going?" or "How are you doing?" And then you're saying you're doing well, and then "and you," or like you're, I don't actually know. "How you doing, bro?" That's what it means. I see. Yeah, that's by context, right? I guess it's not, you're a bro rather than bruh. I'm doing pretty well. Genki desu. There's the drop ka. Oh, yeah. Feels so good to use Google Translate. In what way? Oh, which direction are we talking about? We're just talking about English proficiency, but I imagine you mean the other way around. For the letters in that? I see. For the letters in that. Oh, okay. So you're not using a keyboard function at the moment, and I see. Not yet.
この店でお土産を買いましょう。
この店でお土産を買いましょう。We we should buy something at the store. Souvenirs at the store. At this store.
飛行機のチケットはいつも高いです。
Okay.
飛行機の
チケット
は飛行機のチケットはいつも高いです。
いつも
は空港いつも買います
高い
です。
Yes.
飛行機のチケットはいつも高いです。
You're close to me, bro. Okay. Nice. Close to me, what do you mean? Like in units? That's cool. In Duolingo? Nice. Very nice. 飛行機のチケットはいつも高いです。Okay. Let's see. 広場で写真を撮りましょう。
広場で写真を
撮りましょう。At that
そ
の広場で写真を撮りましょう。Okay. When is the trip? いつは No. 旅行はいつですか？
旅行はいつですか？
これはとても夢の苗です。
これ
はとても
有名な絵です。
これはとても有名な絵です。Realize Hikoki was playing without the kanji. Oh, nice. Without the kanji. Oh. Yeah. I actually kind of find it very humorous when people pick up on the kana once again when they're so used to kanji. I pause on takai all the time now. When you do a practice exercise and then they pull up takai and takai is not in kanji, I'm like, wait, what is that? Oh, right. Anything ending in ki is a machine? Yes, indeed. It most certainly is. Do I live in Japan or like America? I live in the United States. Yes. I do live in the United States. There's a deep cut in there. However, yes, I do live in the United States. いろいろな写真を撮りましょう。
いろいろな写真を撮りましょう。
How about you, Hen? Oh, where are you hanging out at? And I guess you're learning Japanese, so do you live, want to visit, plan to visit, or have visited Japan? Is the question. Oh, is it Chinese pronunciation for sky or space? Ko? Interesting. Really? Space? Or sky? Coal? Huh. Empty space in a room? Oh. Interesting. Not outer space? I know. Space. And sky? Japanese pronunciation is soda? Yeah, I know. I know it's soda in Japanese. But coal? Huh. I don't know what the Mandarin word you're thinking of. So Tiang is the word I'm thinking of. Tiang. As opposed to coal. Coal. And then sky would be like instead of soda would be tian. Hong meaning empty air, sky in vain, to empty, vacant, unoccupied space. Mandarin explore. Hong meaning and origins. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll take your word for it. I don't actually know. The first word that comes to mind when it comes to the sky is tian. I even habitually point up when I say tian. Oh, we can do this now. Let's do this.
来月
Naigetsu.
来
How about a trip? Ryoko wa dou desu ka?
旅行はどうですか
I must
会います
kahe de yasumimashou. そしてホテルに帰りましょう。
あのライオンはとても可愛いです。ライオンと写真を撮りましょう。
We have listening exercises without like the reading. Oh, this must be a super thing. Yeah, they're at the zoo. So it's pretty obvious. They're at the zoo. That's cool. I love it. Okay.
美術で
美術館で会いましょう。
フランス料理はいいですね。ここで食べましょう。
They're eating French food, so that's fine. It's listening without having to read is so much faster. Hikoki no チケットは、いくらですか? How much is a plane ticket?
飛行機のチケットは高いですね。電車のチケットを買いましょう。
Plane ticket? Oh, train ticket. Oh. Was there a word dencha? Oh. I jumped the gun. I should have listened to it again. But we have super, so it doesn't really matter. We gotta get it fast. Alright, let's try to do this very quickly. Alright. Okay. 来月
来月
9月
9月
11
11
高い会います。
あい
Okay.
フランスはどうですか？明日フランスに行きましょう。
Okay, a trip. Let's go.
今何をしましょうか
Okay. Let's pronounce this at least. Lion. So hard. Every time I see lion. Lion. Oh, 見ましょう. Dobutsen. So, 来週、動物園に行きましょう。Okay. Shoot.
来週ライオン
That's not what I'm
動
looking
物
for.
園に行きましょう。
来月何をしましょうか？
Okay. Oh, maybe it's only part of the challenge that they're listening ones? I can't confirm because I haven't done a legend in a while. What was this? What'd you say? 来月何をしましょうか? Yeah. Sure. カナダに行きましょう。What the heck? Okay. 広場。
その
広場でアイスコーヒーを飲みましょう。
今日美術館に行きましょう。
写真を撮りましょう is a super confusing phrase for dual. I disagree, but that's fair. Fair enough. Another presumption, but hey. 今日美術館に行きましょう。Instead? Yeah, instead. 海に行きましょう。Fair enough. What kind of meat do you like? 肉、ドーナ肉が好きです。Wait. Yeah, 好きですか。
どんな
肉
が好きです。
Oops.
か。
To take a picture, but different kanji toru is used to take an object. Indeed. Yep. It's not introduced in Duo yet, but yes, it is a different kanji.
フランス料理。
Wow. They're just gonna tell me Franciori. Okay. Alright.
飛行機のチケットは高いですね。電車のチケットを買いましょう。
A bus ticket. I mean, train ticket. Yes. 学校アレルギーデザート大丈夫楽しい
今何をしましょうか?
What are we gonna do now? What should we do now? I don't know. What should we do now? It's definitely not about yoga. Well, I mean, you could do yoga, but then it's not that phrasing. So, ライオンと写真を撮りましょう。Fair enough. 仕事海 Where are you? 雨暖かい旅行
仕事の後休みますか？
After work I rest. Or do you rest? Let's see. よく家事をします。I mean, you gotta get them done. あと学校 skudai.
宿題
Skudai. Allergi.
アレルギー
Allergi. Passaporto.
ポストカード
Postcard. Whoops. I thought a passport. Postal cardo. Fair
レ
enough.
ストランで晩ご飯を食べましょう。
え
レストランで晩ご飯を食べましょう。レストランで晩ご飯を食べましょう。
I kind of like the bangohan restaurant de bangohan o tabemasho. It's this weird alignment in the idioms in both languages, I suppose. I suppose, if it's weird. It's also an idiom to say it may seem weird, as opposed to it is weird. What do you always eat meals with? With whom? Who do you always eat meals with? With whom do you always eat meals? Right? So, 誰といつも
いつも
ご飯を食べますか？食べますか？
食べまか
この店でお土産を買いましょう。
え
この店で
お土産
を買いましょう。
これはとても有名な絵です。
これはとても有名な絵です。
晴れの日はいつも洗濯をします。
Oh, cool.
春
の
日は
は洗濯をします。Or I might have missed something. いつも I'll just throw in a
洗濯をします。晴れの日はいつも洗濯をします。
throw in like a time or something to flavor the sentence, right? Okay. Oh, 晴れ. Whoops, sunny. I thought it was a spring day. It's fine. It's fine. It works. I thought they were talking about a spring day, but not a sunny day. Fair enough. よく on my own よく一人でおいしいご飯を作ります。Starting to feel far too comfortable, right? Far too comfortable. ご飯を作ります。I missed something, right? おいしい。Can I get in here, please? Thanks.
宿題の後よく何をしますか？
宿題の後よく何をしますか？ After homework, what do you do? What do you often do?
明日の宿題も優しいです。
I put often in front of do like a Japanese person. It's what do you often do? 明日の宿題も優しいです。Okay. Tomorrow's homework is easy. Is also easy.
今日ちゃんと料理をします。
Did I mess up there? That was weird. It's fine. We'll find out what we messed up. It's probably self-explanatory. 今日ちゃんと料理をします。Okay. I'll make sure to do the cooking. Whoa. Okay, 今日ちゃんと料理をします. I'll make sure to do the cooking today. Okay. Oh, going to. Oh, I see. You wanted me to because of today? Okay, fair enough.
晴れの日はいつも洗濯をします。晴れの日はいつも洗濯をします。誰晴れは
晴れの日は I heard
いつも洗濯を
Oh, this is the one that I made a mistake, right?
します。晴れの日はいつも洗濯をします。
Okay.
宿題の後よく何をしますか？
What do you often do? Yeah, that's fine.
明日の宿題も優しいです。
So what did we do here that was weird? Oh, is it also? Yeah, also easy. Fair enough.
今日ちゃんと料理をします。
Man, I'm going to make sure to do the cooking today. Holy heck, that phrasing. Hooray! All right. Oh my gosh, it's Falstaff. I gotta take a bathroom break. And then we're gonna see if the other features work. I'll be right back. All right. Okay, let's see if these features are broken or not. I'm guessing Falstaff is eating jam. I mean, kind of looks like jam. It's purple. Grape jam. He's so moody. Let's see. Where is it? So let's click on one of these. Can I? It doesn't work. What's wrong? Why did none of these things work? Oh no. Hold up. 1 second. Let's find out why. Browser? Let's see any. No. How do I troubleshoot this stuff? Why doesn't any of this work? Is there troubleshooting? Let's see here. So we already tried logging in and logging out to see if it updates, right? Yeah, none of these work anymore. They have worked before, but now they don't work at all. Yeah, they just keep going back. Oh wait, you know what? Maybe if I... Nope. I don't know. I don't know. Feels bad, man. Hold up, hold up. Oh, I can't actually refresh the... Oh, you know what? Maybe I still can. Okay, we're gonna do something very, very quick. Maybe I have to close out the whole thing. Like another thing. Let's see here. So. Hold. Hold on. Pause. Don't worry. No one panic. I'm not panicking. You're panicking. Okay. Okay. Alright. Let's see if this does anything. Thanks, Hank. Okay. Let's see if this does anything. It doesn't do anything! Oh no. That's very disappointing. Hopefully that this isn't permanent. We'll see if they work tomorrow, right? After I shut everything down and whatnot. But clearly I've hit some sort of bug. Because none of these things actually work. And we already tried to log out and log back in. Actually, you know, I'll give that a go again. Ow! I got flashbanged again. Okay. Always being ever cautious not to dox myself. Alright. Here we go. Let's try again. It doesn't work. Nothing works. I'm kind of sad, actually. I'm pretty sad. Perhaps it'll alleviate tomorrow or something. I'm not gonna shut down and like restart everything. It's okay. All right. Let's get some. You know. Wait. How long is the leaderboard? 3 days? Oh man. All right. Let's go back and get. Let's go back and review stuff. Right. Let's get all the legends. Well, we can. Let's see how far we've come. Let's get these. Hi. Let's see. Oh my good. Oh yeah. When you relog, it changes your settings. I'm just a couple units ahead of you. Nice. Welcome to the Japanese fold. Keep it going.
水ください。
お茶ください。
Oh, we can use these for keyboard entry now that I think about it. We can use keyboard entry for these things. Technically, all of this is practice. So we'll do some keyboard entry. Okay. Oops. I've got to... Fine. Okay. Whoops. What did I do? Oh. Yeah. Da. Da, not do. I typed do. Okay. 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 Nice. All right. Oops. That was weird. Okay. Oh no. Let's not do that. Okay. 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 All right. Oops. Ugh. My oh my gosh, stop doing that. Oops, I've got des. Okay. Right. All right. Legend down. Ooh, it's all gold. Nice. Okay. Wait, what's happening? Oh, it's just reminding me about the super features that I can't access. Hello? Still can't access it. It's fine. Let's go grab all these other ones. Okay. Kind of a great review that we get to do. So not bad. I missed the extra I missed the extra Okay. 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 Yeah, I was gonna flip it. Wasn't sure about that. Okay. I'm thinking of flipping this too, but that's okay. They want me to flip it. It's fine. Sure. I don't personally think that's a personal preference. They might want to have me flip this. We'll see. Yep. This one's fine. Okay. This one's flipped, probably. It feels natural to do it the other way, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, this would be the other way too. Okay. Same here. Okay. I typoed? I typoed. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Get them legendary status. What's this? Let's go. What do we have? Good review from the first 25 days, actually. Wow, you really do go through a lot in a slow pace, right? Okay. 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 Oh, that wasn't reverse. Okay. 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 Hmm. Okay. 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 This is probably situational, maybe. Whoops. Okay. Yeah. Situational. So okay. Okay. All right. We're covering all the first 25 days right now. Okay. Whatever this is. Let's go. Okay.
カナダは小さいですか？
Uh Yeah.
バス停はここですか？
Okay.
大きいですか？
Is it big? I don't know. Is it?
ブラジルは小さいですか？
これはホテルですか？
This is a sentence in my current duo section. Wait. Which sentence? What the heck? Okay. Something. Memo shite. Something ni. What? I can vividly remember the day I first met her. That is so amazing. I cannot wait to be able to express that. What the heck? That is such an amazing sentence. What the heck? You even had like an adverb, several adverbs. Like, what? I love that I can vividly remember the day I first met her. There's also like a what do I call that? The day I first met her, a noun for, I don't know what you call that, like a noun dependent clause on remember. So the day I first met her is the object of can vividly remember. That's so crazy. Obviously I can't read that, but wow. They really do get in deep. Holy heck. Meanwhile, I'm doing this. So much to look forward to. So much to look forward to.
これはデパートですか？
大学はここですか？
But I want to learn more. Just a hobby. You know, if you're watching Severin, Lotus, just a hobby. You know, I'm no particular interest. I just want more vocabulary. It's just a hobby, you know? Nothing too big. Just want to learn more, you know? What is happening?
大学はここですか？
Oh.
駅はそこですか？
それはイギリスですか？
This phrasing is so weird now.
はい、デパートはここです。い
It's
いえ、
pretty
デ
easy
パー
though.
トはそこです。
Like it's really easy, which I kind of like, but at the same time we're going back to complete stuff. This feels like a roguelike game now, where you go back to the beginning. It's like where was it like? What was it like? You know?
いいえ、コンビニはここです。
What the? Oh. Oops. Whoops. How did I click? Oh, okay. How did I click there instead of store?
コン
Come
ビ
on.
ニはそこですか？
Heck you.
はい、カナダ人です。
Okay. All right. Next one. Next one. What is this? Let's keep going. Oh, cute little duo. Okay. Can I get to type, please? Can I get some keyboard prompts? Hello? Here it is. Oh, that's right. Okay. All the good old vocabulary, man. Okay. Okay. I'm colorblind. Oh no, I'm not colorblind. I'm Boshi blind. I'm hat blind. Sorry. Hat blindness. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Huh. I didn't think this was in this unit. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Well, I'll find out very soon. No? No? It's yeah. I didn't think that demonstrative was in this unit. I thought it was a little bit later. But I guess you get these and those pretty early on. I totally forgot how early you got these. Huh. Okay. Uh. Wow. Feels great. Feels very good. Hey, Ginger. Thanks. We're trying to be a little bit faster than I usually am because we have 3 days of super. So I'm speeding up deliberately by sacrificing some error rates. So we're going a little bit quicker. So, oh, there it is. Lotus. It's the favorite word. Funny. Omoshiroi. Omoshiroi. Sorry. Omoshiroi. Okay. 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 Oh, that's not even a sentence. Oh, this is where they introduce the demonstrative this and that with the noun. Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. Wow. It's been so long since this stuff has been like this. Okay. Oh, whoops. Okay. 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 Ooh, I think it's maybe. Yep, akarui. We hadn't used akarui for a while now, so not too bad. Didn't take too long to pull it out. Sure. Okay. 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 Whoops. Okay. Nice. All right. Let's keep going. This is still only first 25 days. The first 25 days is 7 units. So let's keep going. All right. Short. Okay. 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 All right. Sure. Okay. Sure. uh. Okay. Okay. Whoops. Um. Okay. All right. Next one. Hooray! Unit 4 is legend up. Let's go to Unit 5. What do we learn in Unit 5? My name is? No, that's not it. That's just a tip. Oh, time. I see. Okay. We can pull back the kanji, right?
2、
Because we have the kanji now.
3、2、1。
Okay.
3、3、2、1。
3時頃です。
Okay. I have to be careful of not using kanji that I don't know yet. So this one might slow us down a little. Okay.
先生、今何時ですか？
What? Okay.
今2時半です。
Okay. Oh, yeah. Sanji is... a little...
3時ですか？
Oh no.
何時ですか？
Okay.
すみません。今3時ですか？
すみません、今1時ですか？すみません、今2時ですか？
Yeah. I don't even look at the prompts. It takes too long to read. If they're gonna say it, I'm just gonna find the answer while they're in the middle of saying it. Be basic.
田中さんはかっこいいですか？
Okay. Whoops. Huh. I think this is where we do this thing, right? Yep.
はい、
Oh,
駅はここです。
that's cool. They accepted Koko wa Nihon desu ka? But they were looking for kore wa Nihon desu ka? Nihon desu ka? So they accepted Koko wa, which is what later I would do. I would definitely use Koko wa Nihon desu ka? As opposed to kore wa Nihon desu ka? And they accepted both of them there. That's pretty sweet. That's actually pretty sweet. Kudos. Well played, duo. Cute. Cute. Very cute. Okay.
これはホテルですか？
Okay.
これらは白いコートです。
I gotta make sure I don't forget my colors. Okay.
イギリスです。
それらは私の帽子ですか？
それらは白い傘です。花さんは面白い人ですか？
What? Ana-san, omoshiroi hito desu ka? Oh, okay.
いいえ、デパートはそこです。
コンビニはそこですか？
Soko?
白い靴と赤い傘。
Oh.
それらは私の赤いコートですか？
いいえ、コンビニはここです。
Not bad. Not bad, not bad. Next one, this one. Still good reviews so far. About the first 25 days. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. For a moment there, I thought I forgot Subway. Chikatetsu.
中山中山
Okay. Okay. Oh, it's not. Oh, they want to use Kono. Okay, fair enough. That's fine. Sure. I see how they came about doing that. Tanaka.
田中
Okay. They introduced Janai desu. Oh no. I don't know about that one. Asporto? No. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. There's no extra is there? Yeah, there isn't.
山口
Okay.
田中中山2 1
Okay. Okay. Okay.
田中
Okay.
た
Okay. All right. Right? Oh, this one's a little weird. So, gotta be a little bit careful here. Okay. That's a little better. Oh, I forgot Wakoko. Okay, it's fine. Okay. Always gotta think when it's always gotta think a little bit when it's not a sentence. Or like a complete clause. Okay. This time I'm not gonna make that. It's this one, right? Um. Whoa. Okay. Oh. Oh no, this is fine. Oh no, I must have deleted something and forgot to add it back. Yeah, I deleted something and forgot to add it back. That's fine. That's being hesitant. I didn't proofread as well after deleting. Sometimes I don't know what it actually deletes. Uh,
Yamaguchi.
Okay.
Yamaguchi.
Off we go. All right. We're almost to our current reviews. Today is gonna be pretty sweet. It's a great way to accumulate all the things that I've learned.
はい、駅はここです。
Thanks, Ginger.
.それらは白い傘です。
Okay. Um.
イギリスです。
白い靴と赤い傘。
Oh, not a sentence. Gotta make sure. So. Okay. Okay.
.それらは私の赤いコートですか？
Okay. Okay.
帽子と靴は白いです。
Oh, hey. Moshito. Moshito. Oh, wait. Moshi. Wait. Oh, Boshi. Wait. Did you just say Moshi?
帽子と靴は
Oh, no,
白いです。
Okay. For a moment there, I thought she said something else. I'm like, wait, what's happening here? Okay. No, it's fine. Boshi. I had pause right there for a moment. The hat and the shoes? Oh my gosh, double articles. I probably double tapped. Did I double tap somewhere? Let's see. Shirori. Yep. Wait. Shirori. Shiroi boshi wa Oh, no, I forgot the ka.
花
Never
さん
mind.
は面白い人ですか？
It's fine. What are we saying here? Hana-san wa omoshiroi hito desu ka? Yeah.
はい、デパートはここです。
コンビニはそこですか？
いいえ、コンビニはここです。
カナダ人。
Hello, Sub-Zero. Hello, Blue. Yes, 50. And looks like just to give you an update, Sub-Zero and Blue Jelly, at 50 we were given 3 days of super. I kind of sort of saw this coming. I planned this, so review is going to be pushed off until super is over. So right now I'm filling in and I'm going back through and legending everything. So we're finally up to unit 5, which up to unit 7 is the first 25 days. Yes. So we're reviewing and finding out all the things that we still know, you know? And so far it's been great. And we're doing keyboard inputs as rapidly as we can. Pretty sweet.
Yamaguchi.
Right around the block is doing a card giveaway. A card giveaway. A card giveaway. I'll draw you guys a car. I'll draw you guys a. I mean, you said a card giveaway. I could draw a car and give it to one of you. You know. Technically, that's still true.
Yamaguchi.
Okay. All right. Ah, it feels so good.
Nakayama.
Okay. Okay.
Yamaguchi.
It feels good because I'm not using my voice. Could be a Hot Wheels too. Oh, true. Hot Wheels, dude. Hot Wheels are collectibles now. They're kind of expensive, actually. Not like the ones you buy for kids, but man, some of those Hot Wheels are pretty expensive. Or even the collectible Lego stuff. I have one here. Where? I have a knickknack here that's not visible. But... Guy's kind of slightly dusty. Violinist. There's a knickknack from a friend, personal friend. Yeah, they make like collectibles. Like they make a. Oh, you used to collect Gundams, dude. Yeah, that's. I try not to collect too many material goods now. I have an unhealthy, like I have a mental unhealthy tendency with collectibles. So I largely live a minimalistic life now. I left my material, like physical material collection habits behind me. I do collect digital stuff though. I know you can never truly own a digital asset, but it's made my life quite a lot healthier. I actually thank people who have converted to, like, collecting physical media and stuff has often been something of a health concern in my relationship with things like that. That's more of a young person's hobby still, you know. Too old for my own good for that one. It was fun back then, you know, Magic the Gathering cards and stuff like that, right? You become. I didn't want to end up becoming an episode of Hoarders, basically. So nowadays, I like to give people the one thing that is priceless, and that's ideas, my time, and memories. So I'm far more willing to pay someone for a story than I'm willing to pay for something they made, really. But if they made something with a story, that's bonus. I'll take it. And oftentimes I prioritize someone's story and someone's legacy. It's absolutely priceless.
田中2中山山口
It's basically the synopsis or Severin, by the way, the anime that aired from that just recently ended. The price of a story versus the things you collect. Legacy persists, the mortality of oneself. A really wonderful message that show focuses on. Okay.
山口3中山1田中
I'm not using my voice right now because I'm not in the mood of I'm in practice mode at the moment. Which means that I can think a lot faster. So I'm not worried about how to voice things. So typing is a bit faster. Hmm. Oh, wait. I gotta make sure I don't mess this. I messed this up not to use kanji I don't have. Okay. All right. Okay. Unit 5 is complete. All right. And then it's technically Unit 7. So Unit 1, Section 2, Unit 1 and Unit 2 was part of Section 1 when I did this. But now Unit 1 and Unit 2, or Unit 6 and 7 of Section 1 got shifted to Section 2 of Unit 1 and 2 is what happened. So let's continue.
私
Okay.
私
Oh, wait. Oh. Hmm. Oh, did you want it in reverse? Yeah, you did want it in reverse. Okay. But did I get Ohio? Oh no, I didn't even. I missed the U. Ohio. Yeah, Ohio gozaimasu.
こんにちは。お名前は
My. That my. What? Okay. I missed the not e. Because of the diphthong. Diphthongs are different. Slightly different. Is there a... Oh yeah, I didn't type SS for the t. Alright.
東京。
カナダに住んでいますか？
京都。私。山口。東京。に。
We're also trying to be
ケン
as
さんは
fast
小さ
as
い
we
町に
can.
住んでいます。ケンさんは小さい町に住んでいます。
What?
ケンさんは小さい町に住んでいます。ケンさんは小さい町に住んでいます。
Oh, right.
「ケンさんは小さい町に住んでいます」。
Okay. Okay.
ようこそ。
Oh, hey. Yokoso. Wait, is this the same? No. They're looking for another one. This is the other one. I think. Did I misspell it? Oh, shite. Whoops. I wrote sude. Sude.
京都も綺麗です。
Okay. This is reversed. Because you want to address the person first. Ah.
京都。
Here's my Kyoto.
東京。日本。3。わ。すみません。ブラジル出身ですか？
Okay. Toronto. That looks right. Yeah.
田中さん、ニューヨークはどうですか？
Oh no. Oh no.
田中さん、ニューヨークはどうですか？
Okay. No, ain't no way. Wait. It might be Ni. Oh, it is Ni. Oh, no, it's New York. New York. Yeah. Oh, I might have not done this. Ah, okay. I missed the first vowel extension on new. What was it?
田中さん、ニューヨークはどうですか？
Okay.
私は山口直美です。
すみません、大阪に住んでいますか？
What?
すみません、大阪に住んでいますか？
This is the other one. That they want. Because they introduced 2 ways.
「ここはとても賑やかです」。
Did I typo? Oh, I keep
私も大阪に住んでいます。
skipping the 2. What'd you say?
私も大阪に住んでいます。私も大阪に住んでいます。
I gotta remember that. I keep missing the sheen. Sheen. The 2. Okay. The beat. Alright.
京都、
Okay.
東京、
Oops.
京都、
Just kidding. Uh,
東京、
okay. Dang it. Oh, it's Nikiyaka. What am I doing? Have I done any Chinese practice off stream? I have not. I have not done any Chinese practice off stream. Nope. Why you ask? Sub-Zero. You could try to get me to say some Chinese phrases. You were learning Mandarin, right? Tell me something you learned. I want to be informed about, like, I want to be inspired. Those. Definitely feel free. Okay. There we go. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Whoops. I think this might be reversed. Uh. Dang it, it's not reversed. Now, I was just wondering, I've been slacking myself and finding it especially hard to keep yourself motivated lately. Tell me about it. How did your motivation change lately? I'm gonna munch a little here. Your zeal is waning somehow. something that is at the back of your mind kind of bothers you a bit. Someday I would love to speak completely fluent in Mandarin and genuinely sound like a native. However, when I think about it, I've known English for almost 20 years as a second language and I still don't have anywhere near perfect pronunciation. I can imagine it's even harder with Mandarin. Have you considered this is not this is a suggestion. Have you considered that perhaps even for the 20 years as English as a second language, and then you have a primary language, right? Or like as a you also have a primary language. Perhaps you ever consider that it won't ever feel that way? If you ever asked yourself, you're a type of person that wouldn't ever, you move the stick, your goal stick, as you continue to learn the language. The reason why I ask that is a lot of times what you're describing of satisfaction, like the lack of satisfaction and the decrease in motivation, can often deal with someone who has a bit of an imposter syndrome, where regardless of how long you learn a language, that stick that you're moving, it will be shoved upward, right? It'll continue to move beyond your reach. And that might be not realizing that kind of with your feelings, that it's sapping away your motivation to start something, right? So it's or to continue or stay consistent with something. Oftentimes, being around people that give you some sort of affirmation that your English is fantastic and it's native-like, or even your primary language is incredibly fantastic, or finding ways, if you don't want to depend on others or have be needing in interpersonal, finding ways to remind yourself that you know a lot, as in you can do a lot, perhaps not perfect pronunciation or pronunciation to your level. Finding other things to affirm, like confirm where you are with your language, can be very reassuring, right? Because 20 years of English as a secondary language, if one does not see that as a form of satisfaction, that's a really, really high bar already, it will become increasingly difficult to start something new as well. And oftentimes, if your motivation is constantly being drained, the longer you do something else in your life, that can be a lingering like motivation sink. So oftentimes, if you can't find the motivation, a lot of times it can be helpful to do something that you may have lost appreciation for, as in, how much does 20 years of English really mean? Perhaps you can remind yourself of how much you know about your second language and try to remember what it was like when you started your second language, because emotionally and our thoughts, we compress a lot of our skills that we currently keep up to date. So you constantly use English. So the time and effort that you require becomes more compressed to the present time. When you're starting something new, it's so difficult to understand to remember or feel how you started something, a skill that you've spent so many years. So it can often be very deflating, overwhelming, and you can become dismotivated or like demotivated, largely due to how long everything else has become. So connecting with that again may help you appreciate, like, yeah, well, you don't have another 20 years maybe, but it had been some sort of entertainment or motivation you had when you first started English, right? So finding ways to kind of reconnect with that kind of thing, or maybe something else entirely. You can not focus on language for now and pick up something else, like cook a new dish, for like a couple days, or learn how to do smaller tasks. That's often can lead to very rewarding reconnecting with starting new things. Because things like language, it's hard, it's very difficult not to be this is a double negative. It's hard to be satisfied considering that you have a skill that overlaps with the skill that you're about to acquire. So any language will be dwarfed by your primary language, if not your secondary language. So oftentimes remind yourself, I suppose, try to reconnect, in my opinion. That would be a great source of motivation. Maybe watch someone else who, I mean, I'm not, probably watch someone who has gone through the process of acquiring a second language already. Maybe someone you know, maybe someone who uses a primary language like you do and then have a secondary language like you do, and they're motivated to do a third language. That can be very reassuring that there are other people that have the same situation that you might be having, but also they found ways in order to motivate themselves. If that's very important to you, of course. I'm assuming it is by your voluntary share. For sure, you've been trying to avoid looking at the end goal and just enjoy the process. Yeah, it can be tough though. It definitely is tough, especially when you've used English for 20 years as a secondary language. That's pretty hard to compare when you start new things. I like to say in a positive way, when you get used to starting new things very frequently, it becomes easier, in my opinion, like relatively speaking. So if you're juggling 2 or 3 new things around through your life while maintaining your old stuff, you get a little bit of both. So oftentimes, I split my life between those, always putting me in a position where I'm learning 2 or 3 skills so I don't forget what it's like to start something, and then get used to dealing or coping or whatever, all the things to starting a new thing. And then I do have my skills that I keep on me. Like over 37 years, I would say working on communication, I spent more than 20 years trying to be more educated oriented, someone who can motivate someone. So that stuff, yeah, it's gonna be very hard to compare learning Japanese to the scope of that. You can use it as empowering though. Like for example, I spent 7 years getting a PhD in molecular biology, right? What's 2 months of Japanese learning? You could like flip it. You could flip the script and say, well, I've used English for 20 years. What's another day of learning Mandarin comparatively, right? Like, you've got this. You've been using English for 20 years as a secondary language. What's another day of Mandarin? Like a flip perspective. That's another way to look at it. Turn something that is like negative or maybe deflating and then return it. Like, you've already done this. Like, what are you concerned about? You concerned about being bad at Mandarin even though you spent 20 years sounding very awesome in English and that's not even your primary language. That kind of thing. But sometimes I can't help but think how much more realistic it would be to learn an easier language, but then again, I wouldn't be as motivated. Yeah, I think you have explored quite a lot when it comes to keeping yourself motivated. I tell myself, I learn everything new. There's 2 or 3 skills I'm developing every day. And then there are my lifestyle stuff that I've maintained for over 20 years. I haven't always had the same lifestyle, right? My first 18 years was a little bit of a roller coaster. So, and then there's still more roller coasters. But the things I maintain, they're there. They will be there. Ultimately, though, when I think of new things, I keep it close to my heart and like close to my like emotional intelligence. However, I always use my old stuff to be like, it requires so much less. So Why not? Why not do it? Like, I know quite a lot about the English language. I think I can at least offer enough attention to Japanese to sound at least competent, right? To sound at least competent. A little few things I wanted to say to keep someone motivated. Usually I start there. Try to discuss different ways to find affirmation or positive energy, right? Something that allows you to not be completely distracted and deflated by the end goal, right? Don't get nihilistic on me, Sub-Zero. If there's anything, I'm pretty sure you're too young to start talking about nihilism right now. Okay? No more nihilism. Too young to be nihilistic. When you're 60 and 70, you can yell at me if I'm still alive. But, you know, you can yell at me for, like, you're entitled to nihilism if you reach like 50 or 60. Perfectly all right. Well, that's what I'm here for. You gotta be happy. You know, you're always welcome. You're always welcome. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Go bash this up again. Sometimes I just gotta hear somebody else say it. Deep down, I know I can't be a bum thinking it's hopeless to learn a language. Yeah, it's the thing that I do honestly feel the internet needs a little bit more of. Instead of the hustle culture of what you should and should not do, or what you should have or should be achieving here and there, right? Or, you know, have achieved, etc. Oftentimes it's nice, even I think to myself, like, if you can be positive, sometimes you only have to say certain things and you wouldn't even know what kind of people you would affect, right? And oftentimes listening and expressing yourself can welcome a stranger to possibly saying the one thing that will allow you to keep nihilism at bay. You know, feel a little appreciated, right? I imagine your environment also have people around. If you ever feel this way, it is definitely encouraging for you to, I don't know, sit around, grab a drink with someone you trust or someone you know. Share some of that. It's like, yeah, I'm not very motivated. I'm sure they'll have something to say, right? If you have people who are very supportive, right? You gotta get it somewhere. Nowadays, though, I think there is such a hyper focus on what you have achieved or what you will determine to achieve that we can lose sight of enjoying day after day and appreciating all the effort we place on the smaller scale. Yeah. I was gonna say some like Americanism. Buck up. Is that it? I think it's buck up. I'll bring back a boomer phrase that I'm gonna buck up, kiddo. Buck up, kiddo. I think nowadays it's like what do kids say these days? Suck it up and get good. Suck it up and get good. And that's probably already outdated. That's probably outdated. I don't know what kids say these days.
Kyoto.
Okay. You know, having super is kind of nice on Duolingo because if I get distracted, I don't have to refocus. I can just keep pepping it up because super removes that heart thing. So it has its pros and cons, but one of the things are definitely like you can just full send. It doesn't matter if you make errors. You just full send all the time, and it's kind of nice. Womp womp gets me every womp 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 womp. That's a good one. Okay. Let's keep going. Okay.
Go. Go.
Oh, we learn maybe.
ナオミさんは頭がいいです。
No new numbers yet. Okay. Naomi. Atamaがいいです。Okay. Oh, this one was recently used, but it's barely used. And now it's back. I'm gonna say it's... We're gonna full send this. Sol ga shi i. Yes. Dang it. Oh, isoka. Oh, isoka shi. Yes, okay. Oh, and no extra E. I typed E too many times.
母は京都出身です。
Okay. Haha, what?
母は京都出身です。
What the heck? Hold up. What the... What's happening here? Am I typing this incorrectly? Yo... No, I'm not typing this. Okay, what the heck? Oh, it's to. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. Okay. Oh, speaking of words like haha, it's kind of funny because I've always used the Mandarin where, like, I don't really know what the formal word for mother is in Mandarin, because I use like mommy go baba, right? It sounds very similar to like haha and chi, right? So I don't actually know what the Mandarin words are for. Perhaps you can inform me what the Mandarin words are for mother and father in like a more formal way in Mandarin. And mommy baba he Fujianese, but I don't know if there's a Mandarin close. Will you ever consider in-person classes with a teacher for language learning? Probably not. You've only been taught mama and baba? Oh, okay. Mama and baba? Yeah. And then I use mommy because, I don't know. That's, yeah. So, and mama, papa probably is the intonation. Mama, mama, papa. Yeah. And then for me, mama or baba, which is probably still the same in like, they're probably intelligible to each other. It's one of those few words that are intelligible to the dialects, probably. It's slightly different. You can hear the intonation being a little different, but yeah. It's been a while since I've been taught by anyone Sub-Zero. There is a chance I might consider a teacher, but I'm not too serious about most things I learn. Like, I don't know if that answers your question. It kind of answers indirectly. It's been a really long time since anyone has formally taught me anything. And it's kind of weird because the thing I do is to teach people, right? So oftentimes I don't have a problem teaching myself. That's kind of the... It's a question that I'm not sure if I've ever thought about. I feel like it could be valuable once you're at a point where you have a large vocabulary, but you need to focus on pronunciation. It's true. It's true. And I have another solution for that. That doesn't involve a teacher, per se. It doesn't necessarily involve a teacher. So, in terms of pronunciation, I'm not too concerned about pronunciation. But that's kind of interesting because you brought it up for your own motivations. So maybe, perhaps. I often find that pronunciation in language is more like music to me. So the more I enjoy the music, the more naturally I will either sound different or the same. So as long as I don't necessarily create miscommunication, I like the way I sound. So much to the chagrin, probably to the chagrin of a lot of Japanese learners, I will likely not discard my accent. And my accent can be part of my personality. So it's kind of acceptable because I don't plan on living in Japan anytime soon or become part of the Japanese culture in that way. And it will probably go the same with Mandarin and Spanish. This might be a cultural impasse. Largely, I love when people have different accents for different languages, as if it doesn't create a communication barrier, then I naturally lean towards hoping that people sound different, even in the language that may or may not be very restrictive on communication. Like, I can understand sometimes when people joke about things like in Mandarin's a big example, where if your intonation is incorrect in isolation, like if you pronounce a word, right, and you use it out of context, oftentimes you can screw up very much on the pronunciation, like what word you're looking for. However, most of the time I view language learning as a gateway to communication skills. And communication skills encompasses language. It's the use of language. But there's also body language, contextual understanding, and logic, right? So oftentimes, like Japanese, I assume regardless of my pronunciation and how I achieve my pronunciation, it will achieve to a position in which I can offer enough context clues to resolve any miscommunications from poor pronunciation. Whether it upsets the other person or not, the idea of that is I will be earnest and I will be open to practicing that communication. So regardless, I don't think it's too big of a priority. I'm not pressured to have to learn something from anyone. I usually observe people, and then when I observe people, it will come and go as necessary. My communication skills in English did not come from formal education. It came from observing people. So I start my phase of language use and communication through the observations of other people. So my Fujonese come pretty much through observing my parents. My parents did not teach me any Fujonese. So oftentimes when it comes to pronunciation, that has been my bread and butter. It's not that I can't benefit from being taught in a language learning thing. My argument here is by the time I get to that point in which maybe I'm trying to min-max and try to achieve very great pronunciation, I would have moved on to another skill. So I don't ever generally get to the point where I want an expert's advice on teaching me, because I will be moving on to a new skill. So by the time I get to Japanese needing a teacher, I'm probably learning Mandarin. And then by the time I get to that point, I'll probably be learning Spanish. And then all the other stuff is just, if it happens, it happens. For sure, definitely always super important. Regardless of how bad my English pronunciation was before, it has never been the point where it becomes a communication barrier. And reading is definitely top priority. Definitely not. Yeah. I find that very healthy myself personally. The thing that you describe about your motivation, it's not something that I took from a textbook or I necessarily took from someone else's experience. I'm expressing that myself. It's a projection of something I've experienced too. And that's the idea that sometimes when you strive for something, you have to remind yourself that you're not constantly moving the bar, right? So will I get a teacher? If I get a teacher, then I will likely get a teacher for every skill following, because then my bar has moved up. So I often stop at the point where I need to involve an expert's advice, largely due to the diminished return in investment. So if I decide to get a teacher, then I will feel like all my subsequent skills will probably require a teacher. As in, I want to raise my bar, so then all my bottom line for my skills will go up naturally because of emotional attachment. So if I start now, I would say, all right, I get a Japanese teacher, I learn a lot from it. So then I learn Mandarin. It's like, well, I guess I'm going to need a teacher for Mandarin as well. And then I'm going to need a teacher for Spanish again. And then the list continues to go on. So for me, if you're asking me, the investment's not enough. It's not enough for me to want to be that in need. It's not in need for me. I actually think having miscommunications and someone finding people who are willing to help me with pronunciation when I meet them, they're keepers. Because communication is just that. Miscommunication is still part of communication. Like being able to talk around things you don't know how to say or whatnot. It's the elevation. Communication involves using language, but it also involves compassion, right? Emotional intelligence, reading nonverbal cues, and understanding the bigger picture in the language. So I kind of welcome that. Honestly, most of the time, my favorite and most memorable memories that I built with my friends and family are through figuring out where the miscommunication is, or figuring out things. So things that I particularly pronounce in a certain way are acquired by people that are around me. And the way I speak in English tends to be reflective of all the people that inspired me. So do I want the teacher? Do I necessarily need a teacher to do that? Probably not. For myself, for my own satisfaction. In fact, sometimes I just pretend like I'm an anime character, just saying. If I learn enough so I can imitate an anime character, so be it. I'll probably end up sounding like an anime character. That's fine. That's fine to me. It might be cringe to others, but it certainly wouldn't make me any less sad. I don't need, one of the things I could say is I don't need other people to understand me, as long as I don't offend them. So they don't need to understand me. That's the biggest power, I think. If you're ever wondering where does self-motivation come and how do you become a more consistent person, oftentimes removing the tether to need others but welcome others. I think that's a nice thing. Like you're more than happy to expend your excess energy to engage in interpersonal relationships with other people, be it like student, teacher, family, friend. Ultimately, though, I am one that shies away from dependency. If I so happen to bump into a teacher or like a Japanese person who happens to be a teacher, you bet all your money that I will definitely ask that person to help me with something. I'm more than willing if I serendipitously. But yeah, there are a few people that are using teachers. So that's kind of cool. I asked myself, here's one thing. You can make a counter argument here. A teacher could speed up my Japanese learning, and investing in a teacher could speed that up to make me reach some sort of goal faster. And with that time I liberate, right? That time that I liberate, I could be working on Mandarin. You could make an argument for that. And my only answer to that is both. Any, it's fine. I guess for me, the greatest answer is whatever comes first. I'm very comfortable where this is, so I don't tend to get greedy about what I'm offered or what privileges I have. So yeah, it is kind of nice to keep on looking for more, but I'm not slowing down in any, not yet anyways. Once I feel like it's becoming an impediment, then that is certainly true. I don't think anyone's come up to me and say, yo, this is, you need a teacher. At least not yet. And then my thought was, I agree. I stopped learning. I need a teacher. And I want to learn more. Honestly, here's my low-key role in the future for Japanese. I want someone to look at me and say, hey, we have a character. This character is a Asian American, or this character is an American who just recently moved to Japan, and this character needs to sound like they're struggling with English pronunciation. I'm yours, man. Fill me in on that role. The reason why I say that is, think about all the Japanese voice actors that need to say English lines in their anime. Well, I don't think they're concerned about sounding 100%, foreign, right? So there's some richness to that. I might be grasping for straws and whatnot, but I actually do absolutely love when people learn their own way without being prescribed certain things. So if you're worried about your accent and your English pronunciation, I bet it sounds awesome, in my opinion. This is not the opinion of a linguistic person, or person that has a predefined need. If you say something and you have a weird, like a different accent, I'm enamored by it. I actually think, and it might be an American thing too. Sometimes it's an American thing. But when you speak and I understand you, and you say something different and I still understand you, that's far more interesting than sounding like 99% of whatever that's predetermined. It sounds a little bit Americanized, I suppose. I don't know if you're too into the behind social media, like what in my opinion, what being American is like behind social media. Generally speaking, though, I like it when people are different. And if you think you have bad pronunciation, my only comment is it's probably very charming, only because you pronounce something very differently. You stick out, and that's kind of cool. I don't want to give you the false impression that everyone else thinks that way. Others, for sure, they'll probably criticize your pronunciation or something. I can't speak for anybody else, but for me, I absolutely love when people sound different. When I see a show and 80% of the people sound exactly identical, like they have the same diction, the same pronunciation, it becomes a little more about how to differentiate them, right? But sometimes there's something magical about someone who speaks in a different melody. And to me, language is like music to me. So that's why I kind of like Japanese quite a lot. Mandarin, it's kind of loud. Spanish, I really enjoy. So when you're making sounds, I hear sounds before I think about language. So sometimes when I listen to people speak English, I often, when someone asks me things like, how do I improve my speech? Or how do I improve my charisma in a way? Like, well, first, sometimes when you take into consideration the cultural differences, like humans are very impressionable. Or what I mean is they can be very impressionable. And as a human being grows older, it's harder and more difficult to leave an impression on them, for better or for worse. Like you could leave bad impressions. That's like, if you punch the person in the face, you'll probably leave a bad impression. But in terms of good impressions, or like unique impressions, not necessarily good or bad, just unique things that stick out. Oftentimes, when I ask someone, when someone asks, how do you sound more charismatic? Well, listen to yourself. Find out what is it that your idiosyncrasies in your speech pattern sticks out, right? And highlight that instead. So you do it with intent as opposed to doing it with incompetence. And oftentimes that's kind of a nice thing. Like, I'm not going to tell you to say yins and y'alls all the time in English, but when someone comes up and say yins and y'alls, I have a really big smirk on my face. Like, say that again, please. Because I don't say yins and not y'alls, and that's pretty sweet. I don't care if there are 100,000 people that say yins and y'alls. You are my only person that says yins and y'alls, and that's sweet. I think that's a great appreciation for language, if there's anything. I know I might be throwing shade at people who are very mechanical inclined. With all due respect, they're probably incredibly super polyglotted people and whatnot. However, for me, the joys of language is how flexible it can be sometimes. And learning secondary languages and tertiary languages are so different from the philosophy of native languages, like first language. I personally do not learn second or third language expecting to be wanting to be a native speaker. I want to be a secondary and tertiary language person who everyone knows what my primary language is, because it imparts personality into the second and third. I know, blasphemous. I'm going to get a lot of heat in this if I were to ever bring it to a professional stance, but I kind of like that when someone hears my Japanese, they'll think of an English speaker, because I am an English speaker. I spend most of my life blending and assimilating versus standing out and being unique. So it's kind of a blend. I try to be respectful to the Japanese language, but at the same time, I would not mind if a Japanese person clearly remembers me because I don't sound like any other Japanese person. To be fair, you use English a lot, but mainly only written. Maybe if I spent time speaking during those 20 years, then I would be a lot better. What is it that you're worried about with your pronunciation? Like, I'm curious. I haven't really asked this about anyone. I think a lot of times I get, obviously I'm at the other end where I often have, just today, someone said that they're from Bangladesh and they're learning English and they're using a Bangladesh instructor to learn Japanese, right? And the first thing they went and they did the whole thing about like, oh, I'm sorry, my English is not great, and then stuff like that. For me, I'm like, no, you're fine. And the reason why, and they said bruh a lot, but it's funny because they picked up the colloquialism bruh. But just so we're clear, in that part of the world, like even like Indonesian and stuff, bruh comes up a lot. And it's not the same bruh that's in English. So when I was making a comment about it, is like, from a lens of an English person, dude, bruh means you're kind of young, but at the same time, bro and brother and stuff is a sign of like casual colloquialism. So they picked it up immediately, English. And that's kind of an accent. That's part of the English accent. If you go around between Americans, sometimes if you go bruh, you might get different reactions. And I think that's cool, in my opinion. It actually makes me smile talking about it. Oops, I missed what you asked. Sorry, could you repeat it? Oh, I'm curious, Sub-Zero. What makes you think your English pronunciation is not satisfactory or not desirable? And with this, I want to give you a heads up. I don't know what it's like to be someone who's concerned with their English. And I don't want to give you the false impression that there are a lot of people that have my same perspective. I actually probably go as far as saying there are fewer people who have my perspective. But I absolutely like it. Much like Japanese people, sort of, in a polite way. If you're gonna attempt to speak English, that's really all that matters. It's simplifying things. But if you're trying to speak English, all the things that make your English different is kind of why English is pretty amazing. Much like any other language. Only in this case, the discussion statistically often involves English, because English is the most secondarily acquired language, right? So I have this discussion all the time. And I don't know if other like native English speakers or non-native English speakers, however, how they feel. For me, I spent a lot of my time, pretty much all my time, sitting around with people who speak English differently. I haven't been around where everyone sounded like the same. So what I mean is, I don't even have a normal English. I don't exactly even know if it's common for me to feel that I should expect everyone's English the same. So this is a perspective that might not be representative of other Americans that you might meet or talk to, or other streamers. I legitimately sit around and nearly 90% of the time I'm hearing a different type of English. My parents speak broken English. Their English is almost incomprehensibly incomparable to the people I hear online. And then I spend most of my time consuming multiple language things. So rarely is it a constant for me to expect anyone to sound like anyone else. I get it about the whole idea of, oh, but what if I pronounce the word incorrectly? Well, the nice thing about English, at least for me, you have to really, really intentionally, like, if you have 20 years, there's no inconceivable, it's absolutely inconceivable that you can botch up a word that I wouldn't find endearing. Like, what I mean is, English has this flexibility where even if you make an attempt, you're talking to someone who's used English as a primary language. It's inconceivable that I wouldn't find that your pronunciation is acceptable, if not more interesting than someone who has, quote unquote, whatever perfect pronunciation is for English. I have no idea what perfect pronunciation in English is. I can tell you now, though, if you aim for perfect pronunciation and it makes you sound like everyone else, no shade, but I don't think that's charismatic. It's not identifiable. It's very robotic. And as an American, I guess part of an American culture, a subset of American culture, I prefer people that I hear to be incredibly identifiable. If you look at entertainment and like how people are portrayed, it's oftentimes about identifiability. So if you say one word very different and you continue to repeat that word, you will be unironically popular and charismatic because of that one word. So even one word can do the trick. So personally, as a person who speaks American English, yes, linguists would do that meme where American English is destroying the English language. The result is that there are so many English now, especially the flexibility and laxness of American English. I embrace the chaos. Bring on the chaos. Personally, sorry about the linguist. Like, because linguists likes to try to summarize and like create structure in language, and for me, I would argue I'm a communication person, a communication specialist. Like, if I had to have a specialty, it would be communication. And I don't think communication technically prioritize structure. It prioritize, well, communication. That includes a lot of things, and it feels willy-nilly a lot of times. But I like when people sound different, personally. Mainly by hearing myself and comparing it to all the natives I've heard through watching media over the years. I see. It's so strange because your pronunciation sounds perfect in your head if I were to try to think of a phrase, but when I actually say it, what comes out of my mouth is not what you imagined, right? So the thing, your mind and your body is not connected. I get that. That's the whole like muscular like execution versus the conception. So it's like, I'm very aware of good pronunciation is, but physically I can't make the sound. I see. So that's probably where we differ. And now I understand a lot more about why you're dissatisfied with your pronunciation. That is very appropriate. So I guess I probably agree with you. Speak out loud more often, I suppose. I don't know if you know Japanese well enough to critique my pronunciation in Japanese. However, I've spoken and made a lot of noise before with my voice. I mess around with my voice all the time. Oftentimes, if I'm mispronouncing something, it's because that's what I think it's pronounced like. It's not often that I have the feeling where I hear the sound in my head and I'm not producing the sound. So yeah, I would say I didn't think about that. Yeah, I don't think I think about that too often. So if I get a teacher, it would be the teacher teaching me new pronunciation. And then when I know the pronunciation, then I mimic the teacher. So yeah, I would say when I felt this way, I did feel this way a couple of times in Spanish. The rolling R. The rolling R, no matter how hard I try it, it's like, oh, I see it. Like Ramon, right? I still can't roll my R's without loosening up. So it's still there. It kind of do like a double tap and it stops, right? And yeah, I understand how that feels. Where like, oh yeah, that's definitely how it sounds. And you go to say it and like, that's not how it sounds. I still don't think it's to me, I'll never know. Sub-Zero. And what I mean by that is again, from my perspective, if you are trying, own it. That's all. That's whatever it is, you're charismatic if you own it. So I make mistakes all the time. Heck, I don't like, I own it. I own my mistakes. So if I don't attempt to try it, right, then you won't end up doing it at all. How are you gonna being concerned with not getting it right or like being dissatisfied? Yeah, that's own it, in my opinion. So yeah, I'm going to pronounce this incorrect the first time because I have no idea how to produce the sound, but I'm going to do it. To heck with insecurities. Because it's one of those things, you can't get great, you can't start running if you haven't ever ran before. You know a lot about running, probably. You can read a lot about running. You can't do it if you can't do it, right? And you might be surprised at where you end up. Here's my silver lining for that. If my mind, right, if I study Japanese and I know what it's supposed to sound, right? And say I try it and it doesn't sound anything like the thing in my head. Well, what does it sound like, right? And then I start, my expectations shape what I can do, as opposed to having my thing, I work around what I can do for the time, and eventually it goes somewhere. Does it become native? I don't know. I'm not concerned with that. So, for example, like, what's a good one? There's this phrase for feeling sick. Gudai ga warui. No, guai wa warui. I sat there and I just did it the whole time. Like, guai, you know, guai ga warui. Guai ga warui. I don't know what it's supposed to sound like. However, I tried something, I kept shaping it, and I settled on something. Now, if someone comes along and say, oh, you're supposed to say it this way, well, at least I know if I want to shape it into something else. The idea is that I'm not concerned if the first thing that comes out of my mouth is not the ideal thing that is in my head. I think about, okay, this is what I got, and this is what I want. Well, this is what I got. So how do I get closer to that thing that I want? Well, you start by doing it. So you're going to start shaping it. I remember, like, for example, it's only a few days. It's only within the last 50 days. So things like chu gokugo. Chu gokugo, which is Chinese. Chu gokugo. I'm pretty sure I said something like chu go ga go a lot of times or something like that. So is it closer? I don't know. Nowadays it's like that's how I say chu gokugo until someone comes along and say, have you tried saying it this way? Because most people say it this way. Well, I've said it this way a really long time. Sure, why not? Why not change it a little and see what happens, right? Why not say caramel instead of caramel or caramel? Why not say milk and milk together? I hope you don't. I mean, maybe you're a roof and roof person. Are you a rough or a roof person? Hey, Smoke. I think any language that is more flexible in terms of English, English is probably the one. Why not both? Why not all of them? You don't have to unlearn things, in my opinion. If you make something sound like a certain thing and I can understand you, that's one thing you can do. In the future, you can acquire a different pronunciation. Hear someone else, and then you already have some practice with doing what you can do, so you build upon that. So then you can say things like milk and water instead of water. In my opinion, obviously. Like the richness, in my opinion, of English is that you can do all of these things. I'm not sure about Japanese. I'm not going to speak for Japanese. But in English, if you drink water, I'm okay with water. In fact, I would go as far as if you pick up different accents all the time, if you say your words differently, it helps shape everything without necessarily needing to know the language. So Japanese, Mandarin, I'm not concerned with those pronunciation because I messed around a lot with different pronunciation using English. So the vowels like e, o, i, u, nya, those things, if you mess around with even the language that you have and shape them, it's giving you practice without being insecure about it being right or wrong. It's kind of like singing. If you sing, it does give you a lot of flexibility. You're shaping different sounds and stuff without the insecurity about being right or wrong. But there are places where you can freely do that. Heck, go sing a song. Sing a song with different types of range and different types of vowel sounds in the song. You'd be very surprised how strong your muscles get. It's kind of, if you lift, you can do a lot of other things from the lifting. If your legs are working, you can do a lot of other tasks that are indirectly benefiting from your lower body. So much like your voice, if you try to impersonate Mickey Mouse or Goofy all of a sudden in English, you're making a lot of sounds you don't normally make. Go find someone you find really funny, or a character you go find funny, and impersonate them. Impersonate as many people as you can. That's kind of why voice actors are incredible, in my opinion. Or even actors who can accumulate the body language and stuff. So, you know, you have voice actors like, well, they're British, but in a split second they would acquire the American, you know, like over a couple months they acquire an entirely different accent, and they use their tools that they have. So if you're very uncomfortable in speaking English to yourself or listening to yourself, sing a song. Sing an English song. Singing is really dynamic, and it's actually very independent of pronunciation, really, because it's about the melodic nature of the lyrics, right? I can tell you that there are a lot of people who listen to music that I can't even understand the English. Like, I don't even know what the lyrics are. Until someone sings it with more articulation, I can actually hear what they're saying, right? Don't get me started on like sentence structure and stuff when it comes to English. When it comes to songs, song is like free verse most of the time. Occasionally it rhymes, it's all fragmented. That kind of thing. You should do that. That's what my mom does. Speaks broken English with full confidence. Yeah. Full confidence. If you're in the right company, I would say if you surround yourself with language learners, I think there's a low possibility that that person will go out and discourage you for being confident in trying to learn a language. If they do, then they're more language experts. They want to be language experts and not language learners. As a language learner, like, you know, someone who wants to learn language, there is absolutely no possible way I can't resonate with your insecurities about what if you pronounce something incorrectly and whatnot. But if your intent is to learn the language and you're around language learners, everyone's been there. So finding a cluster of people who are willing to be like, yeah, I know, you heard me. I said onegai, okay? Deal with it. But I know it's onegai, but you know, like, everyone has to start somewhere. They have to start somewhere. So reminding each other and stuff, when you learn together, it's less insecurity. Like, you get less insecurity. Definitely feel free if you want to attempt something. Like, for me, I welcome you, since you're learning Mandarin, right? Tell them what. If you're learning Mandarin, you can get me to say weird Mandarin things. Like if you type Mandarin, like, oh, I learned this word, and I'm like, say, if this encourages you, when you learn Mandarin, pick 1 or 2 words that you think are really cool or like you really like, and if you ask me how I say this thing, you can teach me something, and that also makes it so that it motivates you. And then you could even hear me try to botch the pronunciation, and that could give you a form of reference of how you think it's pronounced. And then the comparison and stuff, that's kind of the idea, right? Getting the perspective from someone else who is also learning something. And for my Mandarin pronunciation, I honestly think I am probably still more comfortable with Mandarin pronunciation than Japanese, even after 50 days of Japanese. Although, when I'm speaking Mandarin, I'm talking about Fujianese a lot more. Like, I can produce those sounds as much as I can. I can be playful with the sounds. Like, I can be emotional with Fujianese. I can't be emotional with Japanese right now. I'm more like a robot right now. I'm a robot focused on pronunciation right now because I don't know where I can be flexible. And that's probably going to make a lot of people cringe. In English, you have to be expressive, in my opinion. If you want to elevate your English command, you don't want to sound like a robot. When you are a robot with flatlining lack of stress accents. So I want to me, my Japanese, my ideal Japanese in my head is to sound like someone who's also a bit more expressive. I want to sound like an American English like speaker speaking Japanese without people misunderstanding me. So if it means slightly elevating my pitch here and there, that's perfectly fine. I don't want to end up sounding like a robot. And by robot, I mean robot. I'm sure you've gotten that already. Like, that's what I mean. I'm already doing it. I do it with confidence most of the time. If I'm not in a formal setting and I know what I can get away with, I will push that boundary. So I say aminals all the time. Robot, aminals, goobers, whatchamacallits. I throw them all in. You gotta do something to spice up the language. Yeah. I started sounding like a motivational coach, but sometimes that's probably what people need to hear, in my opinion. It can be helpful. Anyways, let's go back to getting our legends. Womp womp. Womp womp. I think the internet is kind of very self-harming sometimes. It's self-preventing, self-inhibiting quite a bit. And finding more people who struggle but also am okay with struggling can help it feel like, yeah, we're all in this together. When you need to learn something, you have to feel incompetent. But heck if I can tell anyone to keep me from learning something by saying, oh yeah, you're not learning it right. It's like, well, I'll show you how to learn it wrong then. Sorry, that was a little cringe, but that's what I mean. Like, I'll show you how to learn it less right, but right enough. Take that, huh? Like, well, you're not learning the best way. Well, I'll show you how to learn it the less best way. Take that. You can take that to the bank. I mean, I wouldn't be using Duolingo otherwise. Sort of.
母は京都出身です。
Okay, 母は京都出身. How are you doing, Smoke? Smoke, you still there? What's up? Are you thriving? You thriving?
母は京都出身です。
7、
妹は明るい人です。
妹。
妹は明るい人です。
母、
え
母、
え
母はエンジニアです。
え Oh, we just got this back. This is how far back it was, man. Mm.
4、6、5、母、
Oh. Yes. Yeah. Right? Yes.
はい、弟は6歳です。
I forgot to use the kanji for nana, but that's fine. Toto. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Um. Hmm. Maybe. Dang it. Oh, it's een, not sheen. It's een. Kai shine. Kai shine. Not kai shine sheen. Kai shashin. Okay. Kai shine. Fair enough.
妹は大学生です。
Okay.
花さんの家族も小さいです。
Dang it. Oh, Mo? Yeah, I got Mo, didn't I? Yeah, I got... No, I didn't get Mo. Oh, heckin' no. I forgot no.
息子は看護師です。
Musco?
5歳です。
What the heck? Oh.
4、
I didn't use the kanji for go because it's such a pain in the butt. Alright. Let's keep legending it up. Man. This review is so fantastic. So far, what are the 2 words that I missed? Isokashi. Yeah, isokashi. And kind of like New Yoku, but that's okay. Situational. Nikiyaka, I mixed up a little. So, Nikiyaka Atarashi. I mean, no, not Atarashi. Isokashi. And then I missed a t in Sushin a couple times. Oh, that's not too bad. Oh, and Ohio gozaimasu. Ohio. Oh, right. The U in Ohio. Irashaimashite. I thought it was sude. Ste, as opposed to shite. So, irashaimashite. And I might have missed kana in Onamaiwa, probably. Something like that. It's not too bad, considering all the units. Oh, and speaking of Ohio. Okay. Oh, it could be flipped. Fair enough. Okay.
私
Oh, here it is. Okay. Sorry. Here we go.
3東京私日本京
Oh, are we using probably yokoso. And then flips, yeah, fine. Okay. Okay. Oh, and I heard sumimasen deshita instead of sumimasen. So at least I know what sumimasen is. I heard it in the anime. Sumimasen deshita. Cute. Anyways, oh no, Burajiru. That looks right. Yes. Nailed it. Okay. 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 That doesn't look correct. What are you doing? No, what's the best way, in your opinion, to move past a breakup that's destroying your mental? Oh no. You have anyone around you that said that gives you any positive reinforcement about how you feel and what to look forward to. Maybe some people or some sources of want. Oh my gosh. It's a me. You do? Be around them. Smoke. If you have friends and family, be around them. Like, go and hang out with your parents. You gotta feel wanted again. Yeah. That's probably, if I had a blanket statement, oftentimes break up, don't isolate yourself. Like, I highly encourage you not to isolate yourself. Be around people who are positive and be around people who want you around you. Right? Yeah. So the last thing you want to do, in my opinion, is to isolate yourself. Be around people who want you around them if you can. Find friends, find family. Find ways to tell yourself, or find ways to see that you're valuable to people around you. Like, you have a impact and be wanted. So that's kind of what I would say. If you really wanted something like really short, do not, in my opinion, at all costs, try not to isolate yourself and distance yourself. I know it's counterintuitive a lot of times when it comes to like hurting mentally. Being around people who want you around and seeing that they're having positive lives and then with you in it, that's usually a way to offset a person that doesn't want you with them anymore. So that's kind of the thing. So remind yourself that you are important to other people and that other people are important to you, kind of thing. So instead of trying to be alone, definitely try to be your best. Try to do your best to not be alone, because what you need now is something to kind of substitute or help you remind that there are good things that come from interpersonal skills, like interpersonal relationships, instead of having that thing dominate your feelings. So have that like best friend who, like, yo, you know what? Let's just hit Six Flags. Let's go and hit Six Flags, hit some roller coasters. That's awesome. So something like that. Right? Remind yourself that trusting in others, talking with others, spending time with others is great and still an option. And I think that'll be probably where I would start, in my opinion. So hopefully that helps, if you needed to hear that or not, right? I hope you have people around you that make you feel wanted. That's good. I'm glad. Well, if you need someone to make you at least feel a little bit better, then I will certainly be a person that tries. There's no time like the present to make someone else feel better, right? Words come in a plenty, so feel free anytime. Also, it goes without saying, do not go try to avoid things that remind you that you're unwanted, you know. The opposite is also true. Try to mitigate sources of reminding yourself people don't want you, like you're invaluable, or you're not of value, that kind of thing, as much as you can, to avoid any reminder of that kind of thing. You're building yourself up, right? Build yourself up. Get the most suck up friend you have, and then have them unapologetically suck up to you if you have one. I'm sure that friend would be more than happy. If they cared about you, they would love to be that person that brings you up. I mean, personally, like if I am really close to a friend and I see a friend that is not doing so well, there's no other person other than your parents and your immediate family that would be willing to be that person to prop you up. So if you have someone who really loves basically giving you a great time, this is probably the time to ask and express that, right? Never be afraid to ask for help when you're feeling mentally lost and isolated. Unless you don't have it, right? There are people, we're not talking about other people. That's why I asked if you have support system. If you have family, loving family and friends, number one. Absolutely number one. And it's not always something that's available to everyone. So yeah. There you have it. At least it's a good place to start. So, let me not botch up New Yorku again. New York. Okay, that looks right. Oh, no problems. No problems, Smoke. You're always welcome. You're always welcome. Okay. Toshi. Yes. Okay. They really want me to hit on that New York, huh? I'm from New York. That statement is false. I'm not from New York. Okay. Did I typo? Where did I typo? Oh, I don't want to talk about it. I totally forgot from. Never mind. It's fine. Sumi. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Oops. Okay. Yes. Hold up. Oh. Yes. Dang it! It's the other way around! Why would you phrase it this way? Oh, come on, Duo. Don't do that. I was thinking of the other way. I can Duo. Okay. Demonstratives, man. Alright. Next one. Okay. Uh,
5、
okay.
5、
All right.
京都、母、
Oops.
母、
No one saw that.
父、山口、田中。
What is this? What is this? It's not that one. Wait, it is that one. Oh, it's Ga. Dang it. It's Ga. I wrote Ka. No worries. Enjoy Mafia 2. Enjoy Mafia 2. Okay. It's Tsuba. Tsuma. Okay. Oh, I screwed up this one too. It's Een, right? Een, yeah. Kaishain instead of Kashashin, right? That's what I accidentally typed. So, Kaishain. Kaishain. Okay. uh Dang it! Oh, heckin' she. It's Congo she, not Congo.
6、
I made it into a country. Oh no.
6、
Okay.
6、
Nurse is still a problem. You don't use nurse very often. Man. Okay. 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 Mm-hmm. Okay. 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 I was a little worried there. Okay. Oh, okay, sorry. I had a teaser on Hanji that I don't know yet. I forgot Ani has that weird like TV box head thing. Okay. 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 Not this time. Not this time. Oh, I screwed this one up too. Forgot the no. From a different prompt. Okay. Okay. All right. Up and away. Oh, we got our gold. We're almost done with the first, technically the first 25 days. Oh, now all of these are definitely big reviews. So we'll keep going until we get legend on all up to our current unit. And then we'll use the next 2 days to blast into the new one. Actually, let's see if this stuff works. Unless I'm stuck. It doesn't work! Why? Features don't work. Oh no. I had to restart like the whole thing. Well, I'll test it out tomorrow before stream, so we'll get it working. I want to test out that feature so then I can do a review of the new feature that was added. Okay, let's continue to review. I'm basically prepping for my day. What is it now? Day 53 review. Ooh.
時々バスケットボールをします。
It's gonna get harder. Why? Why do I have to type? Okay. Basu. Do. No, it's actually just it. No. I think it's like us. Do. It. Baru. That's not right. Oh no, I'm not getting something. Hold up. Oh heck. Really? Oh, I'm thinking of I'm thinking about volleyball again. That looks right.
時々バスケットボールをします。
No, yeah, I forgot to type Sue at the end. Did I get it though? Basket ball. Okay.
見ます。 見ます。
I'm basically relegating to myself to never asking if Japanese people play basketball ever. I'm just not going to ask anyone if anything about basketball. If we're speaking Japanese.
アニメを見ますか？
I'm kidding, obviously. Or am I? Okay. What?
いいえ、本を読みます。
Hmm? Okay. Okay.
読みま。
時々バスケットボールをしますか？
Okay. Okay. Asu. Do. Wait. That does. Wait. Wait. Let's do that again. Asu. It. Go. Boru. That's better. Okay. What was it?
時々バスケットボールをしますか？
Okay, sure. It's like an act of Congress.
読みます。本。母。4。見ま。本。
Okay.
本。
ケンさんはよく漫画を読みます。
Okay. I think it's like that. That looks right.
野球をします。
Okay. Wait. That looks right, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
よく音楽を聴きますか？
Okay. Oh no. Yeah? Yeah. Dang it! Wait. Oh, wait. What did I do? Did I typo somewhere? Oh, son of a bee sting. I wrote korewa instead of sorewa.
ロックとジャズを聴きます。
Okay. Okay. This is I think it's this. I'm gonna go with this. This looks right. Dang it. Oh, wait. It's not. Oh, yikes.
テレビを
Alright.
見ます。
I had my suspicions, but that's fine.
映画を見ますか？
Okay.
見
Alright. There are clearly things I don't use very often. Alright. It'll come up again. Fine.
東京も賑やかです。
Okay. What unit are we in? Oh. Really? Okay, so we're in that expression now? I think that's kind of... yeah.
すみません。今何時ですか？
I don't... Yeah, that's another way to introduce, I suppose. They wanted to say, Watashi wa Hanaka Ken-san? Yes? But you can also just say des. And then you can also say toiimasu, but that's my name is, I guess. I am called that. Okay. What'd you say?
すみません。今何時ですか？
I don't even read the prompts anymore. That might end up coming back to backfire at some point. It's not that bad. Because I have to read these prompts, right? So if I'm listening to one prompt, that's perfectly fine. If I'm doing this,
ト
that's
ロン
fine
ト
too.
も大きい都市です。
Okay. I legitimately don't even read the English, read the kana at this point for the moment, except when I have to. So those audio ones I don't really read at all. I just hear all the sentences as I'm going. So I'm already selecting all the right answers, or I'm already constructing the sentences while it's still talking. Because conceptually, you can fill in all the rest of the sentences as it's going. Like, there's no way they would say certain other things. So you kind of already know what words you're looking for because of the context. Okay. This was a little weird. Wait, can I do it this way? Yeah, I can do it this way. Right? Yes.
はじめまして、中山花です。
Okay. Okay.
私、
京都も綺麗です。
What the? Oh, you can select. Oh, I had no idea you could do that. Hold up. I didn't know you could do this. Oh, you can. That's so cool. I didn't even know you could do this. You can use keyboard entry. Oh, I don't even need to use a mouse. I had no idea you could do that. That's actually pretty cool. I had no idea. Wow. Dang. Okay.
今1時頃です。
So how does this work if I try to do it? Oops. Oh, you can even backspace. Oh man. That's wait. That's this is awesome. Thanks, Sci-Fi. Thank you.
ニューヨークも大きい都市です。
That's so cool. It's kind of like a, what does this remind me of? This reminds me of stenography. Yeah, you can use stenography. So basically you're doing like computer programming. You do like, instead of hitting tab, it auto selects. So you can whenever you enter enough keys to have a unique entry, it picks that up. So it's pretty cool. So like I really only typed NENEYO and IALAB. Like it's kind of cool. It's so different. You don't have to type the full word out. So it feels like tab completion. You're doing tab completions, like, or like a app thing. That app thing, like you know, the auto when you're swiping, you're multiple swiping. So you swipe a few, slide over, slide over, slide over. So yeah, like you're typing that way. It's so interesting. It kind of reminds me of stenography, where you use shortcuts to complete words. I had no idea it was an accident. That's cool. So I'm not even using my mouse anymore. That's a really fun, entertaining way to mess around as well.
この街も賑やかです。
That's so cool. I mean, I'm sorry, Sci-Fi. I'm cheating. I'm farming XP. I have like a bot loader that's answering all the questions for me. So like I'm not actually doing anything. I'm sitting here and I'm pretending. I'm actually playing. I'm actually just playing on my smartphone right now. Like I'm not actually doing this, you know. I fooled everyone. I'm not actually answering these questions. Occasionally I tell my bot to get, you know, answers wrong so that it make it look like I'm actually doing this stuff. Okay. Wait. I'm being a pep, right? Okay. I'm a bot. I've programmed a bot. See, like, watch me do this. I'm gonna eat with both my hands visible, right? And watch the answers get entered. I'm just kidding, I can't actually do that. Although I am really hungry. Okay. You haven't eaten in 24 hours? Yes, you should go eat, folks. And if your physical health permits it, buy the most guilty thing you can find that makes yourself feel the best. Well, you gotta treat yourself. If your health permits it, go find something that really makes you feel good. Like if your health permits it in a safety way, in a moderated way. You gotta get something nice. That's okay. Smoke, it's okay. That's you gotta think about it. Water under the bridge. Go treat yourself to something if you can, monetarily and as well as emotionally. Simple pleasures in life, folks. Simple pleasures in life. You'll raid the fridge. Very nice. Very nice. All right. I have a what do you call this? It's a Hito. Yeah, it's a Hito. A classic Hito, yes. But my father stopped by a fast food place to pick up one. It has, I don't know, some sort of beef for protein. What is somewhat like it's not a ranch, it's more like a cream sauce of some sort. Slightly tangy, slightly sweet. Peppers, tomatoes, and lettuce. Usual, in a pita. Right. You've never had a Hito before? You should try one. It's kind of refreshing. It's quite light, provided the sauce isn't heavy, like the dressing that they use is not heavy. This one's pretty light. It's a light cream one. Yeah, and tell me about it. I would love to hear your experience. Like your first Hito experience. The dressing is the best part. As long as you don't like OD on the dressing, You can OD on dressing. It is lovely though. It brings it together. The dressing, a great dressing really brings it together. Obviously it's a fast food place, so without the nice dressing, the ingredients aren't like top notch, right? Although a Hito can be really great with very light dressing if you went to a place with very high quality ingredients. But in this case, it's a fast food place, so the dressing is probably the best part, and it's the thing that brings it together. I think the protein's fine. The protein's kind of fine. The lettuce is kind of a little bit limp. Just a little bit. It's shredded lettuce, so there's probably some bruising from shredding. Do you know what place? I'm pretty sure my father just picked it up from Arby's or something. It's probably Arby's. Although I live in an affluent place, so most of the stuff is pretty alright. Obviously, chains fluctuate in the United States, if you know what I mean. You can get like really sussy places. At least the Arby's that are nearby the giant super center here. It's like what I mean is I prefer this over slapping like cheddar on the roast beef, the sliced roast beef. Like that gets a little heavy and it starts feeling like it kind of sits in the stomach. So I think these things are a lot more refreshing. Quite a lot more refreshing. Much lighter. Yeah, I think they're cheap. They're very cheap. They're cheaper than some alternatives. And value purchase. I'm actually kind of... I did not try the what they call the Wagyu burger. Have you tried it? I haven't tried it. I did watch a lot of influencers try it. It's like it's okay. Okay for the money, I suppose. You did? How was it, Smokes? You really enjoyed it? I think here's my business proposition. Right? I think Arby's being a chain that is lower, like being competitive, need to be competitively because it's not very popular. It is very competitively priced. So if you're like really looking for something that at least doesn't burn a hole into your pocket and maybe something that reflects that a little above average value, I would say Arby's is one that is strapped to elevate to remain competitive. So it's not too bad if you live in an area that management is good. Like usually people who have a lot of time on their hands and lots of happy kids needing summer positions and stuff, usually the locations are pretty all right. You don't get food poisoning, right? It is very inconsistent across the United States, but at least the Arby's that my father frequents, it's pretty well managed. Weird, I know. Franchises having inconsistencies, it's an American thing. If you know what I mean. Like you hear a lot in like for example, like Japanese food tourism. You always hear like, oh yeah, it's Italy's McDonald's and like Japanese McDonald's are great, like Korean McDonald's. Like yeah, it's largely because of the cultural differences, right? And then there's like just as varied as cultural differences in the United States, management of these places are also quite variant. So hopping into an Arby's that is in around an affluent area tends to have a higher chance of being maintained better than a place that is not, unfortunate or fortunately. Meanwhile, go to Japan, every 7-Eleven is great. It's very consistent. I like these things. I like these gyros. I will have to try the Wagyu burger or ask my father if he's ever in the neighborhood to pick one up. Yeah, at least try it. Also, what else? I don't know if you guys heard, but if you're in the United States, but Wendy's is trying this like dynamic pricing thing. I'm actually kind of curious if they're gonna go through with it or renege it or refine it. But this dynamic pricing thing, that's gonna be interesting. It's not in the sense of the word. Yeah. That's why I said Arby's Wagyu burger. However, it's still of higher quality than the other burgers. So we're trying to be a little reasonable here. Like relatively speaking, it might as well be of a higher quality, right? You do get what you pay for, like the extra premium, in my opinion. At least what the comments are. most people would say, like, if you had to eat their menu, right, that premium bump is a lot of people, the impression I'm getting is justified by the elevation of the quality. So fair enough. I don't eat very rich, you know. I don't eat that much in general, actually. Okay, I messed up Saka. So Saka. Maybe it's this. That looks right. Yeah. Yeah.
読みます。
What's Wendy's doing? Well, it's kind of what they attempted to do, but then they reneged on it. They were thinking about pushing a dynamic pricing. So dynamic pricing is often, depending on the foot traffic, demand drives price up and down. They were going to automate this process by using a type of machine learning, an accounting learning system, or like an accounting system that would automatically adjust the prices based on foot traffic and not foot traffic. So what happens is if foot traffic goes up, prices go up. When foot traffic goes down, prices go down. Although it ideally is supposed to, but the way they introduced it sounded like prices go up and it comes down back to normal. So it doesn't go below normal. It will either, so that's where I don't think they made it clear if it ever goes below normal, as in like it's plus or minus a specific number, not it only gets more expensive because it's more popular. You see what I mean? So there was a lot of backlash to the point where they're like, okay, we're not deploying this yet. Too much disseminate, like lack of information. Yeah, I would be okay with the idea that it normalizes the price, but it allows people to fan out. Like what I mean is, there's some incentive to maybe eating at a different time, or like spending, like the people who can afford the convenience indirectly pays more, but they are probably able to afford the convenience. But there are some backlashes, like there are people who don't have choices, right? They need to have there will be windows that will be shut for some people. So there's a lot of controversial takes on it. I don't know if there's dynamic pricing anywhere else, so it's a very curious concept. I didn't dig deep enough into it to know if a system like this exists somewhere else, like outside the continental United States, like somewhere else. It would be interesting to see how that's working for other people. Dynamic pricing.
読みます。
It's a very novel idea.
読みます。
It would have been interesting, but at the same time, I definitely feel the concerns of other people. I would definitely be up for it. I like the idea if demand drops, the extra profit from the high demands, like the premium sex, right? So that when people can't afford to buy ideally at the high demanding things, when you go into low foot traffic, those individuals get rewarded for, like finding a place where they don't align with demand, and then get compensated for not eating at, the whole like supply demand thing. But I don't think that's how it works. So by the way they described it in like articles and stuff, there was not enough information to actually know if, say, like I work all day and I eat at like 3 a.m. Is it going to be below the MSRP price? Or is it going to be at the MSRP regardless of, like, is there a bottom? What is the bottom to this dynamic pricing? There's got to be a justifiable balance to increasing a premium on high foot traffic. It is still a market strategy to increase revenue, of course. We don't have to state that. It's a business. Right. Yeah. Jazu. That looks right. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Alright.
4見ます読みます母
Coming from a place of privilege, right? I have to make a claim here, or a disclaimer. I am fairly privileged when it comes to accessibility to food. And because of that, I'm naturally curious if when new things like this come up, and I would love to see it be tested in places of privilege first, so that it doesn't disrupt the lifestyle of individuals who are used to what they're used to, and then be able to find out if you can apply this overall to maybe still end up making more money, but at the same time perhaps having a more consistent price to value ratio overall, right? If that's what they're going for. If they're going for good, excellent PR, perhaps dynamic pricing is more like those who can afford the convenience end up supplementing the price, and then those who cannot and decide, you know what, I can wait. I'll eat some other time, right? On a different time. And that premium compensates for individuals who can choose to eat at a different time for less, right? That kind of supply and demand is a whole different story, if that's what they were going for. The way it was presented, it didn't sound like that. And that's largely why the backlash is. Because I like the idea. Like, for example, Duolingo is a good example. Live service models is a great example where you might be thinking, how does that work? Well, I like Duolingo enough to say that if there are enough people like me who are willing to subscribe to Duolingo, it keeps Duolingo free for those who can't subscribe to it. So I'm often on the side of crowdfunding, like supply demand kind of model, if it's possible. So I would love to see them try it in a small area that have like privilege and like how that works out before they just go out and say, oh, we're applying this to everywhere, and you know, no beta testing or anything. And that's a little dubious. But I'm not one to shy away from, if I have resources to crowdfund something and this project will help a lot of people indirectly, I'm all for that. I do like the idea that even small contributions from people who are privileged can keep a service available to others in a maybe a less a more accessible form, but not necessarily everything. However, it's kind of a great compromise between a business and people who have privileges and people who don't. So no privileges is still less than some privileges. And some privileges can be crowdfunded by demand by individuals who are capable of supporting the premium. So it's kind of a win for the business, win-win for the business. However, it's still more than a win-lose situation. It's a win and a slightly less loss for the consumer. So I kind of like that perspective. Not that I know that's what they were going to do. It's not going to happen yet, anytime soon. It was an interesting idea, though. Lots of interesting thought theories on. It's kind of like the idea of carbon tax. That's a very controversial topic right now, about carbon tax and how carbon tax is being abused or not abused or circumvented. A carbon tax is like a rate adjusting, proportionally adjusting type of concept. And in practice right now, it's really mixed. The whole carbon tax on products produced and used, it's a mixed bag. We can look to, at least from the United States perspective, you can look to Canada for seeing how that is pragmatically being implemented and how it's working out. The whole carbon tax thing. I think it's Canada. If you're interested in a fun read, definitely check out carbon tax, the concept behind carbon tax, like conceptually how it ideally would work and how it's currently working, right, in practice. Carbon tax is a very interesting concept. Roku? That looks right. Roku. I don't know enough about any of the things I spoke about, so really small grain of salt. Yeah. So if I had to like briefly summarize in my really loose way, the concept is you pay for what footprint you're going to produce, and that ends up contributing to funding things that would help combat and mitigate the carbon emissions. And that's like ideally conceptually like investing forward while paying for premium that you can offer as a privilege kind of thing. And in practice, it's a mixed bag at the moment. So with my cursory understanding of carbon tax, that's probably something to get you interested in. As a Canadian, I can say that my experience with the carbon tax has not been enjoyable. Yeah, that's what I have heard. That's the sentiments right now with the civilian side of that carbon tax. Yeah, and it's hard to even see where it's going. And that's kind of something that you Americans can also relate to quite a bit, where when you pay a tax, sometimes it can be very difficult to even see where that tax is going, right? Like it's hard to your upper ups, like the upper ups, the ones that are in governing positions, it's very difficult to explain and show to the civilians, the citizens, how is it being used. Like I don't see the tax dollar, like it's hard to visualize and all that, and you kind of have to trust them, and that's kind of a mixed bag, at least from the outside. As an American looking up on the PR that I'm seeing about carbon tax, because I follow a bunch of influencers that are in the United States who are constantly striving to promote projects. They raise like millions of dollars trying to create solutions for these kind of things. One of them they talked about was carbon tax. So I did a little bit of digging. I only spent like 2 or 3 evenings looking at the current state of the carbon tax concept in Canada, because Canada is one of the closest places that are actively trying to make it work. You understand the concept is pretty much bang on. The implementation in Canada has been very poor. Yeah, that's how. Yeah, this is eerily like the recycling program. So in the United States, the recycling program still doesn't account for a significant number, but it's still something, right? It's still something. However, so many years, so many decades, and the recycling program that is, at least in the United States, is still, it leaves a lot to be desired. Like the way recycling works and how it contributes overall to the footprint that it's creating. So it's very reminiscent of the tax, like in the United States, there's regional differences in how taxation works and then how handling of recycling material works between states. But ultimately, it's a mixed bag, and it's been, I'm gonna say conservatively, at least actively over 2 decades, and it's kind of lukewarm. But as a scientist and someone who sees life and innovation and technology as a really large continuum, these things do take time. And I think it's pretty admirable that Canada is trying a concept that, much like when I was talking about Wendy's, about dynamic pricing, sometimes I am a person who wants to be optimistic about changes. If things aren't working out now and we're getting worse as a collective on planet Earth, we have to take initiatives as a group to commit to something. And Canada's one thing that I've read was the carbon tax thing. And yeah, there's some, you wish something like that, in my opinion, I don't think there's anyone out there who wouldn't wish there's a nice way to kind of find a feedback loop on how to concern ourselves with the current climate of energy, energy consumption and all that, while also continuing to support our way of life, our continuous growth on how much we consume, right? Be fantastic. On the flip side, when it comes to energy, I did read a slight article, I didn't finish reading it yet, that the experimental use of a fusion engine had some really fun results. In case you guys don't know, it's a thing of science fiction for a while, but sustaining a fusion reaction is quite something. I can just throw a nod to if you're thinking about what fusion is, throw a nod to Spider-Man 2, Dr. Octavius, when the power of the sun in the palm of your hands kind of deal. We're not talking about like a dystopian future or catastrophic thing, but it's kind of neat that fusion energy is being created and whatnot. Perhaps the energy crisis, or a more sustainable, or not really sustainable, but a more efficient energy source. There are a lot of innovations being made for far more efficient, increased efficiency in energy use, and or renewable energy sources that are kind of getting their legs on the ground and addressing something. And perhaps a carbon thing may be looser, or an adjusted way of carbon emissions maybe down in the future. That's kind of cool. Thank you for your share. Actually, that's pretty cool. I didn't realize that you were Canadian. I can definitely empathize. Being a civilian and paying taxes and just not being able to see or communicate or transparently understand where those taxes go, that's kind of tough. It's super rough. I'm usually that guy that would say, oh yeah, well, your roads and your public civil service, you can't actually see any of that. You're still trusting, right? It's your governance. Anyways, slight digression. Worth the share. Yoku. Okay. The biggest problem of the carbon tax is that it's single-handedly driving Canada insane. Yeah, I heard about that. The coinciding, like the association and the correlation between the inflation rates in Canada right now. Yeah. That's the last article I read. The last PR about from Canada regarding the association between the carbon tax and the inflation rate. I don't know enough about economics, especially even outside of the United States, to know, but it definitely appears that way. Like from someone looking from outside looking in, it definitely appears that way. That's contributing to inflation rates in some way. Like somehow it's there. Like maybe through a lot of extra steps, but it's kind of impacting it. Because any tax on fuel adds, cost on derivatives, which adds cost to goods, which increases cost to customers, which requires workers to make more money. Yeah, exactly. It's lots of extra steps, but ultimately you can feel it. One of the ways is high inflation rates. Yeah. it touches upon a lot of chain of supply and lots of chain of supply and services. Yeah, it ripples all the way through that. It's understood. It really picked up here about early 2021, and it's been downhill fast since. Hopefully there's some reverse trend or maybe some slowing trend soon enough, right? I don't know how the US handles that stuff. I'm not too economically inclined. In terms of the taxes I pay and the inflation rates that I see, my parents talk about it quite a bit. It is felt in the United States, but probably not in the same way that you are feeling about your carbon tax. There has been a large political debate in the House of Commons around a lot of funds from the federal government being misused. Better now than ever, I would say. Right? If there are dubious things happening, and it's kind of a silver lining thing, right? If you have problems, and problems create more transparency, and that transparency leads to ratifications or reform, oftentimes, if there's any time, it's nothing like the present in order to pay for a more auspicious future, right? Obviously, I know no specifics or any specifics to comment on that. But the idea is, if it creates new lights and new reformations and whatnot, one ideally strives to think that all the problems that become apparent can lead to a brighter and more reformed future. Ideally, I know I sound very optimistic. I just don't know enough, right? So being hopeful is nice in these trying times. News. Oh. I'm not going to talk about that. I totally typed the wrong thing. Okay. What? Dang it. Yeah, I totally, that's on me right there.
見ます
Okay.
見ま
Okay. There's a company that wrote a program for Canada's border re-entry during COVID. They developed the app with 4 employees and were paid $250 million for roughly half a year. Yeah. Oh, that is this company related to the whole there's a to developing a program that detected or ooh, that's interesting. Wait. For Canada's border re-entry during COVID. Is this successful? It sounds pretty cool. I guess it facilitates a lot of things regarding screening, maybe facilitates like border crossing and whatnot. Like, how does it work? And what is it you like? Is border re-entry during COVID, is that still being used now that we're in the post-COVID times? I don't exactly know. I haven't heard of such thing. That's interesting. Four employees. Yes, 4. Impressive. I haven't traveled across any borders lately, but if what that is suggesting is maybe you like download an app and it helps you get through verification or checking with COVID checks, and then you can cross the border and it facilitates like border re-entry or something, in the sense that it's convenient for the consumer. That's kind of interesting. I haven't crossed the border in a while. I don't even know what COVID regulations are like in the post-COVID time. Oh yeah, no worries, Smoke. I hope you got something to eat. Yeah, no worries. I appreciate the kind words. I hope you get something to eat. I mean, sometimes a home-cooked meal, if you have a friend or a family, a home-cooked meal really does warm up the soul. So definitely consider that too. Not eating for a whole day, that's not kosher, okay? Definitely solve the red flags. You made a sandwich? Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, rest well, Smoke. Rest well. Thanks for hanging out. Mm-hmm. 頑張って。バスケットボールバスケドロボールしますか? Okay. Oh, I misspelled this. Zashi. Right? Zashi. Oh, wait, it's just Zachi without without anything. It's actually Hirakana at the moment. Yoku. Oh, and I think that might have been kanji for it. But anyways, Yoku Zashi. Yomimasu. Huh? Okay. Okay. 面白い映画を Mimasu. Oh no. Maybe like this? Yeah, that looks right. That looks right. Okay. 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 No. Wait a minute. I want to say they're both acceptable. Let's do it this way. Ida looks off. That's okay. Okay. All right. Wow, there are a lot. This is almost the end of the first 25 days. So haven't started the real review yet.
7時
For
7
時々ジュースを飲みます
for 3 days from now. Okay. What?
時々ジュースを飲みます
Oh. I wasn't even close. Okay,
半半
sure. Fuji?
12時にコーヒーを飲みます
Oh, I can do keyboard. I don't need mouse anymore. What am I doing? Oh, I guess you still need mouse for the pairing thing. That's fine. Drink coffee at 12 o'clock. Okay. Jew. Oh, you can hit the number
Jew.
button. That's what the numbers are for. Well, that's a little confusing because they're all numbers too in Japanese. Okay.
ナオミさんは3時にピザを食べます。ナオミさんは3時にピザを食べます。ナオミさんは3時にピザを食べます。
Oh, actually. Okay. That actually worked out. Okay. Oh, okay. So it's the top numbers. Okay, I'm gonna try to do all the keyboard stuff, right? So. Oh no, this is really awkward doing it this way. Okay.
10
Okay. Whoa, this is so weird. Okay.
11 時
This is so weird.
12 7時
If I had a numpad, I could see myself doing that a little bit better. But I don't have a numpad on my keyboard. I have a 65% keyboard. No numpad. Okay. Okay. Okay, so what? It's 5 and 5? Oh, I only have 4 fingers. Or I can't put my thumb up, sorry. that sounded weird. Okay.
12 11時7時10
Oh, that's
これは
weird.
私の弁当じゃないです。
Wait, wait.
これは私の弁当じゃないです。
Here's this, but that doesn't make sense. Or...
これは私の弁当じゃないです。
Oh. Sure. Yeah, sure. Oh, I thought I forgot something. What did I forget? Oh, is it bento? Do? Oh, yeah. Missed the
9時
O.
に晩ご飯を食べます
Okay. I eat dinner at 9.
毎日美味しい朝ごはんを食べます。
That's not right.
毎日美味しい朝ごはんを食べます。
Oh.
山口さんは10時にニュースを聞きます。
Okay. Okay.
「おいしいサンドイッチですか?」じ
Okay.
じ
Alright. I will become a keyboard champion sooner or later. Okay. Okay. Okay.
見ます
Okay.
本
Dang it. Oh. Oh, it's Zoo. I keep thinking, man. Okay. Let's try this one. Okay.
見ます 6 本読みます 7
It's so funny using the number keys, the top row. Definitely a different experience. Okay.
読みます。
Okay. 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 I screwed this up already. Let's see. Like this? Yes. Yes. Okay. Hopefully. Okay. 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 Right. Okay. All right. That wasn't too bad. We're getting a little bit faster. Okay. So we're only going to be able to get a recover from the first 25 days. And then tomorrow, we'll try to review, get all the legends all the way up, pass through all the units. And that will set up a great, we'll try to see if we can do all the other features tomorrow. And then I'll do the legendary run, right? Completion all the way through the current units that I have, right, just in time for the review, the recall review I'm doing separate from Duolingo later on. See how much I actually remember without needing prompts and that stuff. This is a great trip down memory lane. So I still maintain at least my I'm gonna say like a 90% accuracy at this point. Nothing really out of the ballpark, with a few unused words here and there that aren't used quite, like they're not very frequently used. If I took a little bit more time, perhaps I'll be able to remember them. We're not really here to linger.
私も京都出身です。
Okay. Um. Oh. Oh, Nisundeimasu. Whoops.
東京も賑やかです。
I totally said a different phrase. I said where Ken is also from, instead of living in. That was my bad. Hyper focused. Okay.
今3時頃です。
Oh, that doesn't work if... Oh. Oh, okay. So I can hit enter. Yeah. Yes. Oh, got better at writing certain things like basketball and New York. Ah! What did I do? Oh, I forgot Sushin.
すみません、今何時ですか？
Okay.
「トロントも大きい都市です」
Okay.
「はじめまして、中山花です」
Okay.
「京都も綺麗です」 今1時頃です。
この町も賑やかです。
Okay. Kind of getting used to all the keyboarding. Okay. All right.
じ
Hmm.
7 11
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay.
半12 8時9時
Okay. Okay.
時11 7時12 10
All right. Oh no. Okay. We can't use sando. So san do I chi sandoichi. Oh, that's right. That looks right, right? Yeah. Yeah. Full commit. Nice. Okay. 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 Nice. Okay. Hmm. Okay. 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 Don't forget the ooh. Bento. Bento. Oh, I totally forgot this. You know. Hmm. I think this is fine. Dang you! What did I do? Did I miss something? Oh, what happened to my Oki? My Oki disappeared. Okay, well. That's what happens when you click back into the phrase. You gotta complete the phrase. Okay. Or you gotta complete the clause.
半
Don't click in between. I don't really know how that works.
半
Alright. Did we do it? No. We got one more, right? Oh, no. Oh, wait. No, there it is. Alright. So we actually legend the first 25 days. Not bad. Not bad. Does this stuff work? Not good. Not good. No, sir. That is not good. None of this functionality actually works. I might have to restart later. Not bad at all. I think this is a good place to stop. It's a shame I couldn't maybe this preview is different. Because it doesn't say... Wait. No. Yeah, I don't know. Is learning from Duolingo worth it? Well... what do you value? Bishop. What departs value in things for you? If you're asking me personally, well, I paid $0, right? So far. And I invested around 220 hours, kind of, on and off. I talked to a lot of people in those hours. Fun. What have I learned from Duolingo? Well, it largely helped me acquire 600 vocabulary, all of my kana, so all of hiragana and katakana, more or less 50 kanji so far in 50 days. And then I got a chance to meet a lot of people. But that's only because I'm streaming, not necessarily using Duolingo. Duolingo doesn't promote that. That's what I got from 50 days. So I don't know if that's worth it or not. Those are the facts. So the facts are, I spend an average of 6 hours a day. Over about half of that time is used to use Duolingo to learn something. And then the other half is discussing things with other people that I've met. With or without Duolingo. Either they used Duolingo before, they swapped to a different thing, they don't use Duolingo at all, they hate Duolingo, all sorts of mix. So if I had to take, let's take 6 hours times 50 days, because I'm ending my day today, that's 300 hours. And we take half of that, that's about 150 hours. So 150 hours to get 600 words and 50 kanji. I think that's about average. It's slightly above average. I mean, slightly, it's about average in terms of its raw thing. For me, I wouldn't consider myself a representative learner. I've learned things my entire life. So my background is in education. So I spent a lot of time learning things. So it might be below average. So I would say Duolingo might be a chance that is below average, and I'm compensating for a lot of it. So that might be something worth noting. However, when it comes to the amount of time, if you have a lot of people use the N1s, like the JPLT, like how long, roughly speaking, and stuff. If you have no prior kanji knowledge, no exposure to Asian language, like Asian phonetics and stuff like Mandarin or any like related things, to see written pictorial things, usually the statistics would be around 200 to 300 hours to get to the point that I am at right now in terms of like various metrics. So I think overall it's about average in terms of what it's going to give you on certain metrics. It's not going to be worth it if you're looking for not these things. And one of the major things are vocabulary. If you're not looking for vocabulary, not this. If you're not looking for being told what to learn and what is important, this is not for you either. It might not be worth it. And if you need grammar, like lots of grammar and structure to make things easy for you to remember, this is not it either. You have to work a lot harder to remember things. It is not efficient at getting you to remember things as much as trying to do pattern recognition with grammar points and like using grammar to create patterns, as opposed to looking at patterns and then understanding the grammar from the patterns or implicitly. You're also learning only from Duolingo? I'm confused. Does only Duolingo make Japanese fluent in Japanese? It does not. I don't think there's a single tool there's a single method that would be ideal to learn fluency. You're going to have to highly encourage you to explore all the things that Duolingo does not do by design, and add those to your be explorative, like be more discover other things that also tackle things that Duolingo does not offer. So one thing Duolingo does not offer is very strongly contextual conversations. So look around for something that you like to listen to, maybe video or content that deals with two people talking to each other. That is something that Duolingo will lack all the way up to the point that I'm at so far. So up to the point of where I'm at, which is section 2, unit 10, conversational things are lacking in Duolingo. So you may want to look around to see, what do you like to listen to? I personally listen to interviews on YouTube, and then I still watch anime with other people. So naturally there are conversation there where you can listen to. So that might be very helpful. That's something Duolingo doesn't do. So you're probably going to have to look for something like that. You're going to need probably something that helps you motivate you to construct sentences. Since I'm streaming, a lot of times I'm in the position of talking to people and talking about sentence construction. However, if you're working alone, you are less likely to be motivated to create novel sentence structures with the stuff you have. So Duolingo does not support that. It's not going to encourage you to say, hey, can you tell me something about yourself in Japanese right now? Right? With section 1, unit 6, you should be able to say three or four things in section 1, unit 6. In a actual, like if I ask you now, you will be able to construct them. However, since Duolingo doesn't ask you to do that, like they won't ask you a blanketed question and you like need to construct it, you have to get used to constructing sentences too. So that can be very difficult to learn from Duolingo. So when you want to become fluent, you need to be able to construct sentences from all your vocabulary and all the stuff. And Duolingo does not test that. They test the immediate translation part. So those are two big ones that you'll probably be required to work on. That just the design of Duolingo does not accommodate that. Not yet. Like way up to this point, it does not accommodate. Are you at a point where you've been studying for 162 days and have learned over? I have studied for 50 days. Today is my 50th day in a row. So I have studied for on about 150 hours. Like I've been using Duolingo, literally entering questions for about 150 hours across 50 days, the last 50 days. And that's where I'm about 600 vocabulary. I would say it's about 750 vocabulary, but I'm doing something outside of Duolingo. So I'm about 750, but that's not including the time. So it's around 600, and there's 50 kanji right now that comes directly from Duolingo. My understanding is I like watching anime now. Far more. I watch once a week. I try to watch anime with some peeps, and yesterday was my anime day, and I would say I get about a third of the sentences that I don't normally get anymore. This is not to say that it's specifically coming from Duolingo. I do watch YouTube videos far more already. So as a disclaimer, I spent much of my life already getting used to listening to Japanese. Nowadays though, instead of specifically understanding what they're expressing, I can also pick out the words. So that's kind of become pretty nice. Like I know when they're expressing something mad, like they're getting mad, they're getting happy, by associating the sounds that I typically hear. Now I have words to place with them. So that might not be something Duolingo is actually helping you with. It's actually quite difficult. There's no contextualized understanding for Duolingo's vocabulary. You have to become creative yourself to imagine when you use them. Otherwise, you may want to watch YouTube videos or some other source to see if you can pick up those words in a natural context. So things like watch an interview. Podcast works too, or usually extended interviews are like podcasts. Or you can watch YouTube shorts. Small YouTube interview shorts work too. Like consume 1 minute at a time and see if you can pick up phrases. Because the first thing you would know how to do in section 1 is pick up all the greetings that you've learned in Duolingo. You'll probably hear quite a bit of those greetings and saying goodbye and stuff. Like hello, goodbye. Find YouTube videos on Japanese food, for example. You'll probably be able to pick up words here and there. So the ideal thing I would recommend a lot of times is when you're using Duolingo, which I'll probably review in the on day 52, is how do I consume media from Duolingo if I use Duolingo as a basis. I take the vocabulary that I know from Duolingo and I picture what type of environment I would have when they use those vocabulary. And then I go on YouTube to look for a YouTube video that's in Japanese that are in those situations and see if I can pick up as many words as I can. Otherwise, if you're not worried about all this, like min-maxing or technical relevance or something, watching things is good enough in my opinion for a start. Or I would say like for the first 30 or so days, you'll probably pick up one word here and there. Duolingo is actually quite decent, almost remarkably so, at picking up all the high frequency words. So your high frequency words, even the polite speak, a lot of anime have characters that almost exclusively speak in polite speak because they're like apprehensive. It's part of their character. They always try to be distant. Whenever you have like comedy, like shows where the character are really reserved or shy, most of those characters speak in polite speak, which is the form of all the predicates that you'll learn up to this point. Like, all the way up to this point. The vast majority of them. Occasionally, they'll say the past tense and the present tense. It will be a while before you get anything like that in Duolingo. I still haven't gotten anything like that in Duolingo. So it's really up to you to look for a supplemental material for grammar. And what I have done for grammar, for myself personally, is I use a site called Kofuku. And what they do is they chain link grammar articles. So every so often, I would click on a random grammar article, even if I know the grammar. I'll click on that, see where it takes me, and then over time, review new grammar. At some point, when it comes up on Duolingo, it'll boost your understanding of the grammar, because then Duolingo will drill the vocabulary that's related to the grammar. So after I finish my Duolingo session, stream goes off, I stop having to talk because I don't practice. I only practice talking and pronunciation when I'm streaming. At the end, I just read. I read a lot. There are other things that I've started doing, like reading what's called grade readers. It was suggested by someone and I really like him. They're books made for a certain level of Japanese comprehension. So I started on the bottom and then I'm going up as I go. That's an example of being more contextual, because up to this point, Duolingo doesn't provide context, like advanced context. So they tell you what you're describing here. This is the most context you have. Like, discuss a family. That is the context. Discuss a family visit. So all your vocab is supposed to be dealing with discussing a family visit. However, you don't ever see or hear that conversation that well, like multiple sentences or even in a story format. So there are stories in Duolingo. I don't know how long, far down, but up to this point, I can tell you those things don't exist. And they are necessary or very highly encouraged to obtain fluency or any form of casual conversation. If you don't see them, if you don't exercise it, it can be very tough. Just some pointer, like things that I come to mind in my opinion. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I can find you. Here, let me add you. I add everyone. It's all good. Hang on, let me throw some encouragements out. Okay. Where can I find you? And then I'm gonna end my stream for today. It's nice to meet you. I hope you enjoy Duolingo. I enjoy Duolingo quite a lot. Although it's not specifically what Duolingo does for me, but it's what Duolingo invites. Did I add you? Oh no, I didn't add you, Jelly. Hold up. Yalu. 14. You heckin' Anamu. Okay. And then, what about Ishab? You can tell me your profile. If you don't mind, that's up to you. You can add me and I'll add you when it shows up on my profile. Or you can't find me? It's here. This is me right here. If you can't find me, I can... Okay. I'll add you. Hold up. Give me a sec. This one? You must have a great beard, by the way. Is it this one? Welcome to the fold. All right, so I'm calling it a day for today. I'll have more to say on day. So today is my free day. Tomorrow, day after, my super. It says it ends in 3 days. It's either going to be day 52 or 53. I'll review everything that I've learned in the second 25 days, but yeah. All right, folks, that's a wrap. I'm going to push tomorrow. I think I can get a whole unit done tomorrow. And then on the following day, one of the days, I'm going to review everything by going through everything from Unit 3. I'm going to legend everything from Unit 3 all the way through Unit 10 right before my review of stuff. It's probably going to be like a pseudo day off from Duolingo to do a review of all the like extra stuff that I've been doing. Yeah. So the thing is, so at day 7, I don't know if it's already happened, but for me on day 7, you're given 3 weeks free. 3 days free. And today at day 50, I received 3 days. So because of that, I for super days, I'm gonna do extra for something. And unfortunately today there's like a bug or something. I have a bug where I can't actually use any of the features. So I hope I can solve that this evening before tomorrow. Like none of these features actually work right now. I gotta figure that out. And then after these 3 days, I'm gonna review everything from memory of the second 25 days of stuff. And then we're gonna keep going. And I haven't decided when I'm gonna use the 2 free weeks, because there are 2 free weeks that you get, like up here. 2 weeks of extreme learning is, I can get a little carried away, so we'll see how I can find that. You've been using Duolingo Unlimited Hearts from day 1 to day 18 for free. Nice. Excellent. Yeah. I hope you keep working. I don't know what time zone you are. Usually how I would add another dimension to language learning is if anyone is using Duolingo, like anyone that I meet that's currently still using Duolingo, regardless of what their language is, I typically try to encourage them to, I always ask the same question, like, if you're using Duolingo today, what is an interesting phrase or what words do you find that are very useful that you're going to use? And it would be cool for you to make a story about it and tell me about why those words are important. Why is this important is because I typically like to use this little trick. I call it a trick, but something to add to memory encoding. So the more you talk about the things you learned and you share it with someone and you're able to express it, generally that aids in having conversations and making it feel natural to have those words associated with your language. So I do that all the time with myself. When I'm learning Duolingo, I speak it out loud. I try to imagine myself trying to see when I'm going to use them. And then that's how I try to get in some conversation context without literally doing it. Today, I'm learning how to pronounce words related to family members, like aha, chichi, imoto, right? Ototo, imoto, and you probably got like musko, musme, tsuma, otto, probably. Those are some of the stuff. So, yeah. And obviously, if you ever feel like confident in your hirakana and katakana, it's most of us end up eventually downloading the keyboard input thing, and then you can utilize your romaji if you're used to romaji, and then converting it to kana so that you can get used to seeing that stuff. And I always welcome anyone who enters romaji or like either romaji. It's usually kana. Most people use kana, and then maybe throw in some kanji, and then I always ask like, what does that mean and whatnot, and you get really used to pronouncing and reading stuff. And I definitely encourage you to, you know, participate in some conversations with other people who are learning Japanese and read, encourage yourselves to speak and read out loud. Duolingo doesn't encourage that. That's another big thing that Duolingo does not do, which most people have to get really comfortable with themselves. I'm super comfortable because I spend most of my time talking in public. So you got to get used to talking as well. It's very difficult to get used to you making those sounds. It's, to me, if you can make a sound, I talked about this with someone else who has a little bit of concern of pronunciation. If you can get to the point where if you're making a sound and it's coming out the way you listen to it, regardless if it's accurate or not, it means you start having command of your voice. So even if you don't remember it's haha, right? Or haha, or haha, haha, right? Haha, haha, whichever one, when you get used to making that noise, you can it becomes easier to change it later on. Like what I mean is you can tweak it because you have a lot of practice with your voice. If you don't use your voice too often, it can hinder fluency, in my opinion, like when you start speaking with someone, because then you're more concerned about your pronunciation and how dexterous you are in your pronunciation. And Duolingo does not have any mic features. Not early on. There's no early mic features where like you say something into the mic, they're gonna tell you like, is your pitch accent, or like, did they recognize it, right? And then you know hiragana and katakana already, so that's awesome. Another factor to get you engaged, in my opinion, that Duolingo doesn't do is typing a lot. It is available here. I don't know if you're using the mobile app or the desktop app, but you can definitely use the keyboard function. Like today, I spent 6 or 7 hours because I have unlimited hearts at the moment. I use the keyboard function, get used to typing, thinking kana in the scope of using my Romaji keyboard, right? The Romaji conversion, but get used to the idea that you get used to seeing all these words and then saying them at the same time. It's probably something that Duolingo won't be reinforcing obligatorily. You can enter keyboard functions in this. It's not that apparent, but in some of the prompts you can enter hiragana and katakana if you want to have additional practice. That's that Duolingo actually offers. Those are some of the talking points. Those are some of the parts that I would say. You mostly use your PC, but when you're free, you also use the mobile. Yeah. So I'm on all these hours, every single hour, every single session I've been on a PC. So I use the keyboard function. It's quite a different dimension of learning. It might increase your interactiveness with the language. I actually think it's really satisfying. If you already know your hiragana and your katakana, keyboard stuff is pretty dang wicked. Also, I know that a lot of people talk about Romaji in a way of not relying on it. However, in the keyboard function, it kind of gives a little different dimension. You still learn kana really, really well when you're entering the keyboard, but at the same time, you have split-second dips and backs and forths with Romaji. It still aids in your katakana, hiragana and katakana, in my opinion. So take that with a grain of salt, I suppose. All right. Well, you're always welcome to come back and tell me how your progress is doing. I love to hear people having like overcome difficulties, you know, learning things and going along. I always like to hear alternative perspectives on things. So with that said though, I'm gonna head out today. It's been a long day. I enjoyed it quite a bit. Thanks Sub-Zero. All right, so I'm gonna say my piece. Please guys, Take care of yourself. I know learning language can be a desperate try at facing insecurities. It can be very overwhelming. Play a nice video game or something, you know, to break up the insecurities. But learning a language is a big task. And I hope you guys are keeping healthy, keeping motivated. Sub-Zero, motivated. I'm sure you'll find it somewhere. Keep on discussing, sharing, talking. I think talking and being around peers that are willing to talk through anything is fantastic. If you have a circle of friends, of people, or someone who's learning with you, that is the GOAT of being able to remain motivated and encourage like a lifestyle change. Learning a language is nearly close to a lifestyle change. So I hope all of you keep happy and healthy in both mental and physical state. And until next time, as always, keep on learning. And once again, mata ashita. Ja ne.